yes.
All right. Today is May 15th, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. The meeting is being held today in Albany. Present today is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Associate Attorney Ferrari for Counsel's Office, Director of Internal Audit Roberts for licensing, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority will be May 29th, June 12th, June 26th. These will all be held in Albany with video conferencing or webcasting to Buffalo and New York City. We're going to call items primarily starting in Buffalo first, if there are any, then in Albany, and then in New York City. The matters in Albany, where we expect appearances in New York City, will be held until 11 o'clock when we start hearing the New York City matters, but they will be called first before the New York City matters. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. If you have to take a call, please go outside. For those of you new to this building, the restrooms, if you go out the door, turn to your right down the hall. The restrooms are down there. Chairman, do you have any announcements to make?
No.
Okay, then we'll go ahead then. Michelle, I have nothing in Buffalo?
There's no matter signed in Buffalo.
All right, we'll keep the feed open for a little while in case somebody shows up, and then we'll proceed to Albany. And the first item is 933 and 934. Those are two separate items, both involving Beak and Skiff Apple Farms, Inc.
Good afternoon to speak. My name is Jennifer Sims, Von Jennifer King. I represent Beak and Skiff Apple Farms with respect to case numbers 131-997, 132-447, and I have with me Brennan, principal licensee, who can answer any questions you might have, and who will, after I speak briefly, will fill you in on some steps that licensees take to avoid problems in the future. So you're aware we did submit a CMC offer for each case. With a maximum penalty of $20,000 for case number 122447 and $15,000 for case 131917. We did retain the right, however, to make our case to the board, but we believe these penalties should be decreased. Those reasons are set out in the CMC pleas. I won't read them all out, but I did want to point out that the charges relate to an administrative error in the timely submission of New York State brand labels. Case 132447 involves 3 cider products, and the other case involves a single spirit product. It was a simple clerical error, an unfortunate error, was not done with any intent to evade the liquor licensing rules. The assigned employees simply made a mistake, and it informed management that all the applications had been submitted, there was an error.
Do both of these product, or all of these products, do they all have federal approval?
Yes, they do.
Did they at the time?
Did they at the time?
Did you have a cola for the spirit?
I don't believe so, no.
Oh, so you didn't brand label that either?
I have to go back and check exactly what that was.
And do we have to get it on the site or no? You get a cola on the site or two or no?
I believe those were below.
No, you would have got just FDA approval.
Okay.
If they're below the 7%.
Yeah, we were below the sectors.
All have been now approved.
How many products do you have in cider?
In cider, we probably produce around 25 different.
So how did this happen with just 3?
Different ciders. We had an employee that has since been let go that made a clerical error and did not bring that to the attention of the ownership. Since then, we've actually hired a head of compliance. We understand, obviously, the importance of brand label registration. One, just making sure we state all the ingredients and making sure that consumers are aware of what's in all of our products. Our hard cider facility actually operates under SQF. We make SQF registration, which we is the highest level of food safety compliance. We make products for Wegmans. We've since added another audit step, and we've hired a head of compliance to handle all of this for us. It will sit in our cider house. I do not foresee this happening ever again. We really realize the importance of this. We're a 5-generation family operation, so we've been around for 107 years. We've been making hard cider for 10 years.
How about the opinion?
Yeah, we take this
You
matter.
have no issues with us, and I mean, I only have you since 2001. There's nothing since 2001. All right.
We've never had an issue, but obviously this matter was taken very not lightly at all.
Did you put someone in charge? Do you have someone in charge of compliance?
Currently now we have someone, Craig Monfiore, is our head of compliance, who sits over the company, and he will be handling all of this. Since then, we've done an audit of all of our paperwork and make sure everything's in alignment.
Because it doesn't even cost anything to register.
Yeah, correct.
So-
Which was not intentional or trying to evade anything. It was a simple
No, I don't think it was intentional.
oversight. That being said, obviously it's of utmost importance to have this, especially as a craft product in the market. We use 100% all of our own ingredients, grown on our farm. So, we are a relatively small family business, and
All right.
having licenses, everything.
I don't know where you guys are, but I'll drop combined to 6. So it's 3.
There's 2 different licenses, so you have to do each one.
No, I know, but I'm telling you, you can do it separately on the computer. I'm doing them together here. I don't know where you guys are.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
So 3 and 3.
3 and 3?
3 and 3.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate it.
All right, the next item in Albany is 1025 SUs and Sons LTD.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm the owner of Lear's Tavern, it's a family business for 27.
Hold on one second. I just got to get the paperwork.
Okay.
We usually get a list that shortens this process, but we didn't get that today.
Not calling anyone out on that.
No,
but,
no names.
no names.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Sean Hughes, I'm the owner of Lear's Tavern, located in Chicago, New York. It was my family business for 27 years. I'm asking the board not to hold my bond and hopefully intend to perhaps pay a fine rather than forfeit my bond.
So you offered cancel and bond. You want to pay a fine rather than the bond?
I would rather, yes. I'd rather,
But you want the cancellation.
if I can keep my license without cancellation,
I'm not saying you can. I'm just generally when we make the offers with the attorney that is agreed upon beforehand, you can certainly come in and ask us to do less. That's
that's basically what I'm asking.
Okay.
And if you, I wrote a report. I owned the bar for 27 years. It is a family business. I've had very limited,
what was your in 2013? What was your? It looks like there was some kind of activity with us. What was it? You remember? I don't have the record. That's why I'm asking you.
In 2013, I had 2 people at the end of the bar at 4:32 in the morning that were getting ready to walk out the door and were busted for having beer at the bar for
All right. And what?
3:32 in the morning.
Mark, do we
Prior
we don't have
to
a
that,
computer.
2011 was my last actual serving a minor. So it's been an 8-year span between.
And what was this? All college kids?
Yes, I am located. 2
RPI.
blocks from
That was multiple sales to minors.
Yeah, it was like
It
45.
wasn't just
Yeah.
one.
29.
In 2011 or right now?
No, 2010.
Was
Let me go back and. It was 4 sale to minors and a failure supervised. And then there was a sale to minor back in 2008.
okay. So what happened here? Because here you have 30 or 29. I'm sorry.
29.
Somebody
You
just
know
stopped
those
checking
IDs?
IDs, or
I checked the IDs. I am the guy at the door. I checked fake IDs. As you can see, there were very many confiscated. You know as well as I do, it is very tough to.
actually it's not. I have an app on my phone.
I have one on my phone, and I brought multiple IDs with me, and I will show you that.
Well, then you got the wrong app because I have our guys upstairs have hundreds, and
I've
we have 100. I've put everyone through it, and it's 100% effective
I've
as
asked-
far as what we've
I've asked the
confiscated.
SLA many times, what scanner do you want me to use, and they tell me.
Well, I can't tell you
I
what to
can't
use,
recommend
but I
what
can
to
tell
use.
you that there is technology out there that is on top of these. And that's not just the app on my phone. There's also another one that's a lot more expensive.
I'm willing to work with the SLA, work with the local police department, make changes to whatever they need. If they want to make a recommendation, like I said, you tell me an app that works, that will catch every ID, and I will purchase it. I do not want to lose my business. It is a family business for 27 and a half
I'm going
years.
to take the offer and cancel on bond.
Commissioner Ford?
I didn't think we were here for this.
I would like to turn the business over to my family.
The amount of minors, the sheer number of them is what's so egregious about this. And it's not often that we suspend a license.
Yeah, I've looked in the past, and there's been multiple bars that have been busted with more people that have been able to keep their license.
Not
You
many.
should take that.
There are some, though. He's not
There are
wrong.
some.
He's not wrong.
I don't want to spew names. I'm just asking for
But
leniency.
you-
I think
Are you asking to withdraw your conditional offer? Or you?
if I have to, I will go through with my conditional offer. I would like the board to say we will go to a fine and not lose my license. I would like to turn the business over to my daughter. I am looking to retire. I do not want my daughter to be refused for a liquor license because of this incident. But that's what I'm more afraid of than anything.
Can I have a moment to confer with counsel, please?
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with counsel. We ready to vote?
I'm at cancel on bond.
So accepting the offer. Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I'm at a $30,000 penalty, and I think that's really being generous. But I would tell you, if that gets approved and you come back with just one more, I would vote to shut you down.
I completely understand.
So you would propose to accept the offer but modify to $30,000?
Correct. Yes.
No.
No.
He's accepting, he's countering on the cancel.
Okay. And
I don't know. I'll get back to you in a minute.
you've got time.
All right, I'll take the 30. You have to get scanners. You can call our enforcement and find out what we're using. And as Commissioner Ford says, one more, and they will only take one, that's it. Because we end up there because we got a complaint. We don't just do random operations, particularly in upstate New York.
I understand.
So somebody called and said, there's dozens of kids in here, you need to get there, and we got there. So someone has dropped a dime on you, and they will not hesitate to do it again.
So the counter, $30,000 plus
Scanners, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Fan, you used to with cancel and bond?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the counter offer. You'll get a letter with asking whether you could accept it or not, and we'll go from there. In the meantime, the summary suspension is still in effect.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
You could think of a brief IT
Why?
if they want.
Put it right up on the thing.
This is Bob.
Put this one in the middle.
Then he wants this one moved too. Okay, then the next item in Albany is 1011, Daily Double 8.
Morning, members of the board. I'm Darren Williams. I'm principal of Daily Double Inc. And on my right is Jesse Smith, another one of the principals of Daily Double.
So, I went through this and it was somewhat confusing to me because the mayor and I think the police department are opposing this, and we discussed this, didn't
You
we?
were supposed to meet with them, right?
Yes,
And how did that work out?
it worked out. The mayor did send a letter to you guys. I don't know if you received it or not. It was Friday that it was sent.
There was confusion about it.
May I approach?
Yes,
Watch out for the wires here.
I didn't get the letter.
Okay. This is the letter that the mayor sent to me and was supposed to be sent to the SLA.
What's he talking about?
Well, remember last time he created this company, Daily Double, because there's a place across the street that's troublesome. Then
Oh, you were
they
gonna buy,
it,
right,
and then
right.
they didn't buy it, and then now they're continuing to use the corporate entity, and
So he wants you to get rid of the corporate name, even though you're not going to call the bar the Daily
that's
Double.
not
That's
the
correct.
BBA anyway. I'm the BBA
Okay.
anyway.
And you agreed to do that, I take it?
I want to keep in good graces with the city. Just trying to figure out how to do that.
That's an odd request. And you want 11 to 3 a.m. music on the patio, live DJ jukebox with dancing, and a pool table. Is that about covered?
Isn't that kind of like what the old place, Daily Double, was?
Well, the Daily Double, I worked there for roughly about 2 years. They brought me in to clean the place up. I did. They lost business. I was fired because they lost business.
You cleaned it up too well, apparently.
Oh, I was okay with losing that part of the business and regaining better business. They were not. But yes, it's the pretty much all the bars on that block are very similar.
And the Daily Double's still open, right?
The Daily Double is closed.
Oh, it is, okay. So you're basically just gonna...
It's been closed for about 3 months now, I'd say.
All right, well, if he's all right with it, I'm all right.
Mayor's okay with it, we're okay with it, that was my only concern.
Very good.
All approved?
With DJ, jukebox music, acoustic live music only, patron dancing, no topless entertainment with no manager.
I'll be acting manager as well.
You want a manager or no manager?
No, I will manage.
You will manage.
I will.
What about security guards?
We are working on hiring licensed security.
So you will have security guards?
We will.
All right, Sarah, let me start from the top. With DJ, jukebox music, acoustic live music, patron dancing, no topless dancing, no manager, with security guards, I will vote to approve until 2 a.m. across the board.
Is there a patio?
There is patio.
Yes.
You want to limit the music?
The city has, excuse me, sir, the city has a mandate of 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that's
No
the
music at 11
that's the
o'clock.
application. I'll go to 2 o'clock.
Commissioner Ford, I'm fine with all of that.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Next item in Albany is 1004 Serene Craft Beer Distributors LLC. Someone signed in for that.
Someone signed in for that?
The attorney, where did she go? She was here. There were 2 people signed in for it.
I call another one.
All right. 998 TGI Fridays NY LLC and Friday Nights LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner Fennell, Commissioner Ford. My name is Maston Sansom. I'm with Schenkel, Russo, and Clark, and I'm representing TGI Fridays New York LLC and Friday Nights LLC, case number 132349. Here we have a couple of instances that had occurred disorderly premises.
So I have to be honest with you, I laughed when I read this.
It is
Because I have 6-year-old twins and I take them to TGIF.
Yeah.
And I have never seen anything like this happen at a TGIF I go to.
I agree.
I have the same.
Yeah, same here. I take my daughter.
I mean, a focal point for police attention? Seriously?
Yeah, and my client understands that, and as a matter of fact,
Well, who is your client? This is not. So these are franchises?
No, so this is TGI Fridays. However, there, as you can see, Friday Nights LLC is a management company that was put on the license. That management company, my client is looking to take off the license. An endorsement application has actually been filed and is pending while this proceeding, pending the resolution of this proceeding.
I mean, this place stopped. Yeah, so this place stopped being a TGIF Fridays and turned into a nightclub.
Apparently, in the middle of winter, they can have 3 disorderlies in February, so that's where the crowd gathers in River.
Yeah, and that's why that management company, quite frankly, needs to be removed.
Why are they not fired already? Because I got to imagine that there is some kind of conduct clause in the contract.
Right, they absolutely would be. However, I think there would still be liability issues because they technically would still be on the license. So Friday Nights LLC is reluctant to relinquish all control because they could still technically be liable to the State Liquor Authority. So they are looking to get this resolved as soon as possible so that the endorsement can proceed as soon as possible. They have been really,
They have another management company lined up.
They don't, actually. They are going to run, TGI Fridays New York LLC is going to run it themselves.
I'm surprised they haven't fired them, got them off already.
Well, they would. They want to. Um,
I'm not really following your explanation about why they didn't.
okay, well, because
Well, how would they be liable? What are you talking
well,
about?
because they'd still be on the license,
So,
and so
Not if they're.
well, if the endorsement is still outstanding, then as far as you guys are concerned, they'd still be on the license.
right.
So anything that happened there, even if they're not there in person or anything, they could be, if there were fines or things like that, they would be responsible for those fines, even if they weren't there.
Who?
Friday nights,
So
because
so
they'd
what?
technically still be on the license.
So what?
Well,
Whether they're on the license or not, they're liable for that. They don't have to be in the building.
right.
So the only way they're going to stay open today is if you go back there and they're out of the building.
Okay, they will do that.
Because I have cancel and bond on here because this is not what this place was supposed to be.
Right.
And it went on for, like Commissioner Fan said, it looks like the month of February it turned into a cruise line.
Right. Well, they're just looking to do it as expeditiously and administratively proper. They would have gotten them off immediately. They're looking to get them off. It's just been the understanding that.
I mean, it's fine, but both of them are on the license. You coming here and pointing fingers at the co-licensee seems to be a cop-out to me because, presumably you're actually representing both of them right now.
Yes, well, the management company does the managing. So they're the ones that.
Yeah,
and
but
we'd like
that's
to
the
get
owner
them.
saying it's the manager's fault. Then it's failure to supervise, it's...
I mean, I'm assuming the police, because there's a focal point, they don't get notified that the police have visited their premises?
Oh, they're well aware.
Well,
Yeah.
no, if they didn't get notified, I mean, it started in January, right?
2-1, I believe.
All right, so when did your other client, TGI Fridays, New York LLC, find out that there was a problem developing?
Immediately. All of this.
So why didn't they do anything on February 1?
It's my understanding, again, that the management company was reluctant, did not want to leave.
They don't have to leave. Why didn't TGI Fridays LLC just start sending their own people in?
Which, again, it's my understanding because then if Friday nights no longer has any hand in the license.
Well, even let them stay there. Why didn't someone go in and supervise the management company that clearly was not able to supervise itself?
Well, I think that's what they're doing now. Nothing.
So
is
why
happening.
did that wait until May?
Well, so there were 2-1, 2-9, and 2-22. Were 3 instances, is my understanding.
Yeah, but you had a self-to-minor back in September. You know there's a problem.
In September of last year.
Yes.
How many other TGI Fridays is this Friday Nights LLC involved in? Because it's obvious based on their name that this is all they did.
I don't know offhand, but they would be removed from all licenses.
This was only issued in May of 17.
Okay. You guys are ready?
Yes. You vote, Commissioner Fan.
I thought you were done. Go ahead.
So had a conversation with counsel's office. CNC was discussed of $20,000.
Well, actually, that is going to be higher than that. I can guarantee that.
Well, that offer. Okay. Well, I just wanted.
I told you I read this and I couldn't understand why you would go no contest on this because I wrote cancel and bond because that is not what your method of operation when they got this license implied at all. What went on here?
Yeah. Well, and it's not supposed to be that, as you know.
I get that, but that's and you've been here enough to know that's the biggest problem with us.
Right.
Granting licenses is licensees that come in and tell us they're going to be a family restaurant, and then they turn into, Club Disco at 8 o'clock at night.
Right.
And now TGIFs is doing it.
Well, and again, I mean, I hate to.
No, I don't want to hear it. The management
point
company.
fingers.
This is a big company. This isn't like this isn't mom and pop opening a club in Washington Heights. This is an enormous company that let this happen.
Right.
That's been around a long time.
Right. So they're looking to make changes, hoping the endorsement can go through as soon as possible. I spoke with counsel's office. They did offer a CNC of $20,000, but due to timing, I had about 24 hours to get approval from the client, and I wasn't unable to get that. Therefore, I couldn't officially submit a CNC.
Are they even authorized to have a DJ? I bet that
They're
never
not.
came up.
They're not.
So they didn't get charged with that. Oh, yeah,
It was
okay,
discussed
they
method
did.
of operation,
Yeah.
DJ, and security. And again, they want to change absolutely all of this, and the first step is to.
They're lucky no one got killed, to be honest with you.
I can't imagine that we would ever authorize the TGI Fridays to have a DJ.
Or they wouldn't have asked. But, all right. Okay, go ahead, I think we're in. Yeah.
Commissioner Fan?
I'd say 35,000.
I'm sorry, how much?
35,000.
Commissioner Ford?
Can we take 35,000 plus removal of this management company?
Well,
Dictate that?
Yes.
You can condition the penalty on that, that partner being removed, yeah.
Yes, and that's my condition.
I'll take that, but they're out today.
Physically, yeah.
Yes. So I don't know who's going to run it today, but you better find somebody.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan, are you okay with all those? And Commissioner Ford, that last part?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
We had one more item signed in here in Albany, but the attorney is not in the room anymore. So the other matters we have, I'm anticipating appearances in New York City.
The Serene Craft Beer Distributor?
Miss Becker I saw her, she signed in, her client signed in too. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
We can check
No,
out.
go ahead and start the other.
You want to, well, I'm not sure if any of the opposition would have shown up.
Well, I mean, see if anyone has any non-opposition items, and we'll do those. Like enforcement stuff.
I have them here, so. Here we go. All right. We're going to go with item 1009, Pyramids Hookah and Bar, LLC.
Good morning, Stacy White with the licensee. This is a CNC. It's a $20,000 offer.
Building code violations? Are they all fixed?
Yes, everything's been fixed. Everything's been rectified. The fire code, everything's been done.
So has the closing order been lifted?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
There was a closing order issued by the New York City Health Department. So has that been lifted? You say
Yes,
everything's corrected?
Yes, they're open and operating.
When did they open back up?
5 days? 5 days ago.
No, we opened 5 days after.
5 days after it happened, they opened.
Is that the licensee?
Yes, it is.
Can he come up, please, or she?
Yes, he can come up. This is the licensee.
One of the charges here is that you failed to allow an inspection. What was that?
We didn't have any key.
We didn't have the key on site. It's an electronic lock. The batteries ran out.
I can't hear you. You got to speak up.
The lock of the office is an electronic lock. The batteries ran out, and we didn't have a key on premise.
Do you have a key now?
Yes, we do.
I would accept 20,000.
I'll accept the 20,000 as well.
I will too.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 927, Kujak Corp.
Stacy Weiss for the licensee. This is we negotiated a settlement with Mr. Kearney, Mr. Carney, The licensee has been has had a license for 8 years with no adverse history, and we negotiated a letter of warning.
I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
Next item is 1012, La Escuadra Soccer LLC.
Yes. Again, Stacy Weiss for the licensee. This was a negotiated settlement with Marado for $12,500. The licensee.
Hold on a second. What number, Tom?
1012.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, no problem. We negotiated a settlement with Mr. Amorato, $12,500. There was one previous minor adverse history. I have a letter here that my client just got last night, from an assemblyman from Albany. He just got it last night, so I could email it to you.
It's an assemblyman in Albany?
From Albany, yes. Assemblyman Philip.
The bar's in Suffolk County. Is the assemblyman from Suffolk County?
Well, he knows my client for 20 years, and he gave a letter of letter of recommendation. So
Well, you can hand it up, but I don't know what kind of weight that is.
Okay. Well,
Has he even been to the bar?
Well, it's not a bar. It's actually a soccer academy.
All right, you can hand it up.
Okay, thank you.
So are they going to apply for a separate license for the second floor? Because having a new certificate of occupancy doesn't really mean that much.
Yes, we're going. If we're allowed to, we'd like to apply for a alteration for the second floor, in addition to an ad bar and a change in the method of operation for the second floor. They actually got approved for second occupancy for the second floor, and they have everything set up for the second floor from the town.
That is very obvious to me that they have everything set up on the second floor.
As far as
They've been having parties up there for a year.
Well, as far as documents and everything, they were approved for the documents from the town.
Yeah, but they were approved by us to be a locker room on the second floor.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
And it turned into a nightclub.
Well, actually, it was more of a bar setting, and they dismantled it, and so we would ask permission from you, of course, to for an alteration and an ad bar and a change the method of operation before they would do anything with the second floor. Right now, it's
but if you go on their website, you still see events being advertised.
But absolutely nothing is going on. Absolutely nothing. It's totally broken down. There's nothing going on the second floor.
Yeah, but this is a classic example. This is, just so the record's clear, this was a place that wanted to conduct soccer games and let the people that were the fans that were coming to watch the soccer games have a couple of drinks. And it turned into not only a nightclub, but they were having catered events. I mean, it was without a catering license. It was absolutely. They're really lucky nobody got killed.
Well,
I don't even know how many soccer games did they even have once this stuff started.
They have soccer on the first floor. They have the whole soccer field on the first floor.
So they decided that they weren't making enough money doing that, so they turned upstairs into a nightclub, which was supposed to be a locker room.
Well, it wasn't a nightclub. They hosted a couple of parties on the second floor, but it wasn't a nightclub.
The parties were open to the public.
The parties
you could buy tickets at the door.
Advertised catered event with unlimited alcohol, a live band. Sounds like a club to me.
I recognize your diligence in trying to tell us that they're going to fix it, but I'm not going to let somebody fix something that turned into something that we never even considered. So I'm going to cancel them on.
Can I have my client come up and try?
No, I don't have anything. I'll counter and cancel. I don't know where you guys are.
Cancel and bond.
Can they maintain the place downstairs with the soccer? I mean, they do have a full soccer.
No, that's the one that's getting canceled.
They can do anything they want. They just can't serve alcohol. I mean, they can have all the parties they want, there's just no booze.
Well, can they,
Commissioner Ford, you're with the cancel?
Let's make it a hat trick, cancel.
Okay.
That's a counter, so obviously they're gonna get a letter.
can we go to a hearing on this?
Yeah,
Yes?
Yes, you're right to do that.
it should be interesting.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Next item is 964. This is the proposed advisory regarding the summer shutdown for the wholesalers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Dano for Empire Merchants and Empire Merchants North.
I am Adam Hassan, Senior Counsel for Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits and Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits of Upstate New York. We support the advisory.
We support the advisory as well. This is usually done every year because there's union agreements that call for the shutdown of the unionized wholesalers, and the Liquor Authority has always been kind enough to allow some adjustments so that the retailers can keep goods on the shelves during the shutdown. And we're here to answer any questions, but as I said, this has been approved every year for as far back as I can remember, because this is how the industry operates.
Okay, Tom.
Thanks for coming. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Next items 1014, 1015, Juvet NY Inc.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Secretary, I am Joseph F. Casper. I'm here for Juvet, and good morning.
Good morning.
I also have present the manager and the son of the licensee. The licensee is also present, Mr. Videsh.
Tom, what number was this?
1014, 1015.
That's correct.
I know you had pulled this one out. This was the one with the ALJ subsuming charges. And
Yeah, I think it's probably sitting like that. No, I guess I have a lot of notes on this one. We're going to take 5 minutes.
I would have a brief recess. Michelle,
Yes,
you can go ahead and disconnect.
thank you.
Take care. All right, we are back on the record after a brief recess, and we're going back to item 1014, 1015, Juve NY Inc.
Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Secretary.
Okay, you have anything to say, or?
Well, I would just like to address a number of things in general quickly. The premises had been in operation under their control since 2013, and they'd never had a problem before. Also, the establishment had operated under prior owners also, and it's my understanding there was no history.
That's actually not true. There is adverse history with your current owners. It's not significant, but there was a $3,000 penalty paid in 2016.
I stand corrected, good sir. I will note that they've sponsored many civic, community, religious, and charitable events, including for battered women and cancer care, Toys for Tots. They even had holiday events for the local precinct. So their existence wasn't solely as a nightclub venue.
See, but here's the problem. They applied as a restaurant. Do you realize that?
I'm now aware of that, sir.
And it's quite evident, based on this hearing, which was somewhat difficult to understand based on what the ALJ wrote, that they're not a restaurant anymore. In fact, they hired someone else to bring food in for them that is cooked somewhere else. That's not a restaurant.
Well, part of the charge had been that one of the charges had been that they misrepresented as to not having food, and the charge
Well,
is
that
written.
charge is actually, we're going to get into that, because I completely disagree with the ALJ. I think she's wrong on the law and the facts, and I'm going to sustain that charge, because it's clear that you cannot have a concessionaire agreement and still call yourself a restaurant. So I'm going to sustain one. I'm going to, in the first proceeding, that she dismissed 2. I want to sustain 2 in the first proceeding. Sustain 3, 4, 5. Dismiss 6. Sustain 7. I don't know, 8.
I don't understand how.
I don't understand 8 either. She said it was subsumed. I don't even know what that means. It's either, I assume that means it's dismissed.
Or rolled up into 7.
Sorry if I may, there was a subsequent notice from the ALJ that was dated May 6th. And
the members don't have that. The hearing bureau did not supply that to the members. That's not in the record. That was the explanation I requested, I believe, for what the heck subsumed meant.
Okay, so 8 is, I am assuming it, well, I'm dismissing it because I don't understand what she was talking about. So 7 is sustained, 8 is dismissed, 9 is dismissed because, once again, she's saying that was subsumed into 3 in the second proceeding, so I'm dismissing it. I don't know what subsumed means in this context. Second proceeding, dismiss 1, dismiss 2, sustain 3.
I would sustain 1 and 2 in the second proceeding. I disagree. It was disorderly. It was a sustained pattern of noise and disorder. And I disagree with the ALJ on that and those 2 as well.
And it's certainly, if they're going to argue that it was a spontaneous event, they clearly, based on the other events that happened earlier, had noticed that this type of stuff was happening and did nothing to prevent it.
Sirs, we would respectfully disagree.
Okay, the members are voting right now.
All right, so I'll sustain 1 and 2 in the second proceeding too, like Commissioner Ford.
Commissioner Fan, as far as the charges are concerned, are you good with those? Okay. Ready to move forward with the penalty?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan?
Your client is there?
Yes, sir. So my client is here.
Can we talk to him?
Yes.
So you haven't been operating since November.
Correct.
If you get your license back, what do you plan on doing differently?
Well, we've already established communication with the local cops, the Community Affairs Bureau, and revamped all security. And I'm looking into addressing the age issue, moving it up to 23 to 21.
Look, I mean, your lawyer called your establishment a nightclub. Chairman had made it very clear that you are a restaurant. So are you at least going to start food service? Because dealing with the police, it's basically confirming that you're a nightclub and you need extra attention from them.
Yeah, you're dealing with the police now, and not in a good way.
So are you going to go back to being a restaurant? Because
the
only reason there's a chance of you getting a license back is because the shootings that happen, it's somehow considered not related to your establishment by the ALJ. And I really want to respect that, but it doesn't mean that you're getting a nightclub back, you're getting a restaurant back.
In fact, we can take away the DJ area if you want.
So what do you want to do here? You're going to be able to run a restaurant? Because if not, we should just cancel and bond and not bother with a giant fine. Because if you can't run a restaurant, there's no point.
I just have a moment to confirm. You have a facility to operate.
Do you guys need to take a moment?
Yeah, could we please have a moment? Thank you.
Sure.
Second call.
Next item, 1021, 7951 Albion LLC, and there's a related matter, 1022, 23, and 24. It's a separate item for the same licensee.
Francis Buscemi for the licensee. This is after hearing.
Just give the members a chance to put out the items.
Sure.
I guess you want to withdraw in colors. I dismiss both of them.
Dismiss in 21, dismiss 1, 2, and 3. In 22, 23, and 24, dismiss all charges. You had quite a day.
Unless you want to sit there and argue with us.
No, that's not on this one. I'll wait for the next one.
Or you can sit there for a minute and gloat.
Next item is 1007 Cats Enterprises, Inc.
Again, this is after hearing. There was one charge, number 6, sustained. I put in a controversion on that.
Once again, another big day for you.
Well, most of the charges, I mean, I really, to be honest, I don't see how charge 6 was sustained. The judge commented that, and it's sustained on the 311 calls between June 30th and June 2nd. The judge pointed out that 11 of them were anonymous, and all but one were found to be unfounded.
No. But the judge, the ALJ also pointed out, and as you're fully aware, as am I, that on 311 calls, the police could show up 2 hours later. So that doesn't make them unfounded.
Well, that's all we have. We have a police document that is
somebody
logged in
complained,
as unfounded.
and it's not all we have. We also have 5 charges or 4 charges of disorderly premise, which you obviously were able to establish was not based on the licensee, but the event still occurred. And those events created noise.
Again, the judge was relying on the 311 calls.
Well, I'm relying on everything.
With no adverse issue, I'll take 5,000.
So dismiss 1 through 5, sustain 6, dismiss 7. I'll take 5 too.
This is a...
Mr. Buscemi, you're voting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
5,000.
I mean, the reason it's so high is the activity here needs to change quickly.
They've been in business a long, long time, I believe.
I get that, but there's obviously stuff going on here, and it's on Roosevelt Avenue, which you're aware, as am I, that that's a tough area for us. And the fact that he didn't get sustain charges on 4 disorderly premises, like I said, does not mean that activity did not occur there. So I'll take the 5,000 too.
Okay. Next item is 1004, Serene Craft Beer Distributors, LLC.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Alexandra Becker from Dolan Heller Kaufman on behalf of the licensee, Serene Craft Beer Distributors. We are here today to ask you to accept the CNC, which was negotiated with Counsel's office, specifically directly with Counsel Riano, relating to certain label violations. I have with me Matthew Shulman, who's the president, one of the licensed principals. And in accepting this plea, we would ask you to understand that this is a reasonably new business.
How new is it?
4 years old?
We started operating in 2014.
And you do solely craft stuff or everything?
Craft beer, yeah. And
so how did this happen?
Being a new business, and I think we didn't have enough oversight, and that was partially on me. I explained to the prosecutor, I'll take full responsibility for that. We had some new staff come in, and I didn't train them properly, and we didn't have any auditing system in place. It really wasn't gonna. It was a situation that was probably doomed for this to happen. So we've made a lot of changes. And
the severity of this fine, as Mr. Shulman will tell you, they certainly appreciate that, and they appreciate that with the magnitude of this fine and understanding that they only go up in the future, that they know that they can only afford to have this happen one time.
So let me just go through this and tell me if I'm wrong factually. This was one brand?
Yes.
And how many different products of that brand?
I believe the answer is 39.
And the manufacturer did not brand label and you guys didn't check?
That's correct.
And as a result, there's 674 invoices of this one manufacturer?
Yes, that's correct.
So basically it's one mistake that you committed 674 times?
Essentially.
Okay. And you have a compliance officer now?
Yeah, we've elected our operations manager, Andrew, to be that position. And we're also doing regular auditing with different members on staff to make sure that we're in 100%.
But that is somebody checking every brand before it goes out the door?
Yeah, we have a few different systems. We have some software now that allows us to tie the brand level registration number specifically to the product in our system so that the item is never even created by anyone that's allowed to create products, which is now limited to 2 people. We can't even create the item if we don't have the brand level registration. If somehow an item gets created, we run a report every single night for every item that's going to be on the truck that night to make sure it has a brand level registration number. If it doesn't, since we've been running the system, every time it's happened, it's only just because it was a clerical error and they fixed it, but everything's been registered. We've had to turn brands around. We've reduced the number of products that our brands have been trying to sell us because we're aware that this is a serious issue and we're not trying to make it again.
All right. I'll go to 10,000.
That's exactly what I was thinking, 10,000. 10,000 was an honest mistake. So.
Well, it was an honest mistake, but it was one mistake.
Yes.
674 times.
Yeah, right.
10,000.
Yes. All right, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Casper, are you ready to come back with your client?
Yeah, he's coming now.
Okay. All right, so we're done with the Albany matters that don't have a New York City connection, so now we move on with those now. First one is 962, Timbo's Wine and Liquor, Warehouse, Inc.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here on behalf of the principal of Timbo's Wine and Liquor Warehouse. It's a reconsideration request. We asked for reconsideration in that when we came before you previously, we did not have figures which you inquired about with regard to the Albanian population. We do have those figures at this point, and that is there are upwards of 200,000 Albanians in New York State, of which approximately 60 to 100,000 live in the Westchester, New York City area. Mr. We'll be offering, as we said, product lines specific. There'll be a significant section of the store dedicated to those product lines, which would include grappas, help me here, the Stone Castle, and then also Slivovitz, which...
well, so let me get back to that. The information you gave us said that there's between 60 and 100,000 Albanian population. The Albanian population is 60 to 100,000 in New York City and suburban areas.
That is correct.
Well, the overall, what's the overall population in that area?
In that whole area?
10 million.
Okay.
Give or take 9 million.
It's the number. It's the number of people.
I get that, but you want us to open a store based on 100,000 people spread out over 5 counties.
It's 60 to 100 in Westchester. That figure I got.
That's not what you wrote.
That is correct. But since then, I can find it. I have found other documentation showing it was actually larger than what I had submitted at the time I gave the reconsideration letter.
But is it 2 million in Westchester County? Or a million in Westchester
the people?
County?
Yeah.
No, Albanians.
No. No, it's in Westchester.
We're talking about, that's my point. We're talking about a minute population overall when compared to the total population of Westchester County.
Absolute percentage-wise of the total population, yes, it's a small percentage, no question.
That could be spread out throughout the entire county.
Correct. But that was just one aspect. I would like to submit, and the only reason I didn't submit this sooner is that I got it at 6:47 last night, a letter of support from Assemblyman Nader Sayegh. If I may, if you'd like me to read it into the record, I will. But he does point out the need for this store, as well as the safety factor and the U-turns of where it's located, and how, given the traffic turns, it is creating a benefit to the public because that turn happens to be right near the store. The last time I came before you, there were representations made that surrounding stores were certain times and miles away. I believe, and
I'm not going to even entertain that simply because we have our own people that go out and give us the measurements. We don't rely on representations from council.
But I can tell you from my personal experience, I did it 3 times. And the Costco Stu Leonard's drive to this store at a minimum for me was 16 minutes, and it was as much as 22 minutes. It's not 5 minutes. It simply is. It takes 5 minutes to get out of that parking lot. I was going to take a video with the speed up. And
so based on your argument, our lawyer went and did it based on MapQuest with moderate to heavy traffic and came down significantly from the numbers you presented. So
I can tell you,
I get what you're saying, but to me that's nothing new. We were aware of the people, how many people live in Westchester. We're aware that there's traffic.
Right. It's not just Albanians. It's Macedonians, Serbians. And we did submit a letter of support from the Chamber of Commerce, and we also did, as I just suggested, just submitted the letter from Assemblyman Sayegh. And it's important to note that these other stores are in Assemblyman Sayegh's Assembly District as well. So he still found the need for this store, and he, in his own words, said it would serve to the public convenience.
Because he believes that that's replacing an old store, which is not the case.
He doesn't believe it's replacing it. He's just mentioning that. And it wasn't, by the way, it closed, I believe, more recently than 2013.
I mean, we literally rejected a store across the street in 2016. You're aware of that? Is the Assemblyman aware of that?
Yes, and I believe...
Because he doesn't mention it.
Okay, I believe that was turned down because there was no mention of the other store that went out. I watched the hearing. The attorney representing the applicant did not in any way, shape, or form mention that there was a store across the street that went out. I travel on this. You have Central Park Avenue, you've got Sprain, and then you've got 87, the thruway. The arteries go up in north and south. They don't. The east to west is a difficult traverse. It's a timely traverse, So when other stores, I know there was a store that went in on Palisade Avenue, totally different area. I'm not going to Palisade Avenue to get a bottle of wine.
But you see here, as I said, our attorney did an analysis on MapQuest, mounted to heavy traffic, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stores within 11 minutes of this location by driving. Less than 11 minutes. Some are 2 minutes, some are 10.
And I don't believe...
Why do they need another one? We just put there in 2017 another location that's 3 miles away.
But
you have a Costco, which is an enormous store. You have Stu Leonard's, which is an enormous store.
And that's my point I'm trying to get across is that those stores that you just mentioned are a different trip. You're not going to Costco when you go to Central Park Avenue. When you live in Westchester, and I do it on a...
Yeah, but then there's 6 other ones you can go to.
And not one store can you see from Central Park Avenue. They're in the back of 6 shopping centers. They're not. This is going to have visibility on the avenue near a U-turn, as well as the other advantages. There are, the area is calling for a liquor store. I don't come.
And I disagree, and I don't see anything new here. I'm ready to vote.
Vote on the request for reconsideration.
Yes.
I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I just don't see anything new here. I mean, I'm not. He's a great applicant. I don't have any issue with him as an applicant. It's just not here.
Thank you.
Next item is 1002 Spring Studios New York LLC and Barrett SP LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Secretary Donahue, and Mr. Director of Internal Audit. It's the first time I'm here appearing before you.
Hold on 1 second. Is anybody in New York from the community board?
Anybody on this matter, please step up to the podium.
We also have some support in New York, too. I think it might be best if you give
All
them
right,
all.
before you guys get going, can you just introduce who you have here?
Yes, thank you. I'll give you a little bit of bios after the opposition has gone. With me is Brian Woody. He is the COO and General Manager of Spring Studios. Behind him is Olivier Wagonet. He is 4 months in as the new CEO of Spring Studios. And next to him is Paul De Silva. He is the head of operations of Spring Studios.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, New York.
I'm Jeff Ehrlich from CB1. I'm the chair of the licensing committee. On my right is Susan Cole, my co-chair. And there are 2 neighbors here to testify also.
Do you want everyone who's on behalf of everyone who's here for Spring? I'm not sure who you're asking for.
Everybody who's here in opposition should be standing up next to the podium.
I mean, I'll let everyone
Opposition,
speak.
that's what we didn't hear. Sorry.
Yes. So I'll let whoever's in opposition gets to go first. You can sit down if you guys want to. I don't know how long they're going to be. Go ahead, Mr. Early. You can give us your piece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here. First, let me say Spring Studios is a benefit to the community. We are in favor of keeping them here. That's not our issue. We had a very clear resolution in September and also one in February, which I think detail very clearly what our problems are. We're here basically to support the community, which has had a number of complaints, and particularly we heard in September from the advisory committee. And if you need information on how that's formed or what it is, I'll be glad to give it to you.
No, I think we all understand that, right?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. The neighbors, you had a letter from, I believe, Saul Goodman, who is the de facto, what we call the de facto head of the advisory committee, which I think explains very clearly what happened and what's happened since the September resolution, when we hoped that the 2 sides would talk. Mr. Goodman sent a letter out to Spring and never heard back until Friday, 2 hours after the deadline for this hearing for submitting written documentation. I would say, Susan, do you?
I think it's very self-explanatory by the resolutions and they're asking for a new method of operation and are having real question about this. So unless you have questions for us, the neighbors are here, and I don't know what else I can add to that.
Well, can you tell us some of the problems that you or anyone any resident that you've heard from is having on the current method of operation?
Yeah, what are you opposed to?
Well, our concern from the beginning is the footprint, the impact on the community around Spring. Not so much inside. We had assumed whatever happened in there would be contained. The issues tend to be the traffic, the street noise, particularly on St. John's behind the building, which is one of their freight entrances, and
cars.
The traffic, the cars.
Traffic.
I literally live across the street.
Well, no, please.
Hello, how are you?
This is one of the neighbors.
My name is Mamak Shabazi. I live at 25 North Moore Street, apartment 15B. My windows out of my bedroom and my children's bedrooms look out on Spring Studios. I also commute down Varick Street to get to my home. Currently, Spring Studios, which promised to be a good neighbor, hasn't exactly turned out to be that great of a neighbor because traffic is unbelievable on that portion of Varick coming into my home.
All day or?
Pretty much all day, all night. Sometimes when they have major events, it's quite taxing.
So hold on a minute. So that's my point. Is it just during their events, or are you talking about traffic due to other issues?
Their events are every day, so it's not like they have events 4 times a year, sir. It's quite busy. The reason why I'm here as a neighbor is because I understand that they want to open up their rooftop and blast music out of it till all hours of the night. I have little kids. That music and that sound travels. That's not a good neighbor. And the fact that the community board unanimously voted against it, and for them to go to the liquor license board and try to get around it, really pisses me off as a neighbor. So it's either their understanding that they need to contain the noise, cover up the roof, put up some soundproofing glass, put up a roof on top of the roof so that the noise is contained within their premise and doesn't come out at everybody else that's around it. That's okay. But that's not what their intention is. So that's not good neighbor in any stretch of the imagination.
What's his name? Go on.
Anyone else there?
Yes, there is.
My name's Paul Barinholtz. I live at 27 North Moore Street, which is across St. John's Square from Spring, the 50 Varick side of the building, next to 25 North Moore, Mamex building. I used to live, and I've been in the neighborhood for 33 years, at 260 West Broadway, known as the Ice House. My apartment was at the back of that building across St. John's Alley from the Spring building, St. John's Alley entrance. So I'm very much familiar with that building, and I've been so for 33 years. On the St. John's Alley side, it is an echo chamber. We would hear the clip-clopping of the horses at night. When there was a bar there, it was untenable. The Rose family canceled the lease of that bar. It is now the entrance for parties, and it's also the side on which deliveries are made. And in terms of complaints, I was CC'd in this morning on complaints as of yesterday for noise making for deliverers coming in and having truck noise prior to 7 o'clock in the morning, backup beeping and so on. As I said, St. John's Alley, which, to give you the lay of the land, 50 Varick faces the exit to the Holland Tunnel, already a congested area. At times, Spring will put up cones to further congest the area by having preferential or limited access to the front of its building. So that is it creates a traffic problem. You have a traffic problem with black cars that are parked there, parked around the corner, blocking traffic. The alley, the 50 Barrett, once again, looks out at this square, which has now, over the past 30 years, become essentially residential. My apartment, once again, at the back of my 27 North Moore building, faces the square and faces Spring. I am faced very often with multiple light type of violations of their own agreement and just offensive light situations from the various parties that they have.
Like what?
Okay, like what? They will have a party, they will have, all right, have to imagine a building that is roughly 40 yards long, where they...
Sir, we're familiar with the neighborhood and the building. I want to know what they're violating in their stipulations specifically.
I'm sorry, do you live in the neighborhood, sir?
No, I worked there for 12 years.
You worked there for 12 years. When to when, sir?
Well, ma'am, I'm familiar with the neighborhood. Sir, could you please just...
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if what she's getting at is that there used to be a Verizon building with a brick side.
I'm aware of that.
And you're aware that it's turned into a glass wall. Okay.
Yes.
So
lights. You said lights.
I want to hear the stipulations that they entered into that you say they are violating. That's what I'm interested in.
All right, there's two parts to this. One is the stipulations that are violated. They have said that they will not have flash photography or something like that after sunset. There's been a complaint because in the winter, it sunsets at 4:30, 5 o'clock. They do not close their window shades. They have made informal agreements with the advisory committee that they will close their shades. We've told them, you have lights on both floors, nobody there working at 2 o'clock in the morning. They said, well, that's uneconomical. We'll get to that. They did not. They do not. It happened last night. What they do have is these very expensive, fancy light shows, sometimes movies, but not like, Raiders of the Lost Ark or something like that. It's more like flash this, flash that, multiple colors. Even last night, I think there was a testing pattern going on where they're going from bright purple to bright magenta to yellow and so on and so forth. That happens all the time. So unlike what the community board says, not concerned about what happens inside the building, well, I'm concerned because what happens inside Spring does not stay inside Spring so far as I'm concerned and so far as the entire St. John's Square community is concerned. There are some people who have complained. I would suspect there are more, but Spring in the past, when we met in September before the community board, was told when you reapply before the community board, please let everyone know by posting in all the residential buildings a notice that you are going to come back and ask for this liquor license. No such notice was posted. They didn't go back to the community board, nor did they make any effort to notify the community of this particular hearing. In the original hearing, they were supposed to be a boutique advertising agency, the original stipulation, a boutique advertising agency, an arts and fashion production studio, and all the entertainment business was supposed to relate to that. Right now, they are asking, and there were they extensively negotiated this in a stipulation for the community board in April 2013. There were to be 4 large events that ended by 11 o'clock, and that was it. They could have more large events that ended at 9 o'clock. They could have smaller events. In the current request, you have a request for, there are functionally no limits on anything 600 to 800 people, and as to over 800, they will have 40 of them, but not counting anything where they work for some sort of a charity. Now, though, they make money off of that, too. When God's Love We Deliver has a show there, they pay them. So it's a money-making event, and it's an event that stresses the community when the Tribeca Film Festival or Fashion Week is there.
Sir, I have to stop you. We know what they're asking for, and we also know what they entered into with the community board when they opened. What I need you to tell me is what they're violating within that initial agreement, if there is anything. That's what I'm looking for. I mean, we have a ton of information about what they agreed to do and what they want to do. What I need is we don't have complaints in our agency. So what I need from you is what you're saying they're not doing.
Okay. Window shades will be used at all times when photo shoots take place after sunset. That has not been done, and that is not done. All events will be sponsored by Spring and relate to its business. That has not been done, and expressly will not be done going forward under this stipulation. They will be turning this arts-based ostensible facility into a party place in our neighborhood. Those are violations. We talk about...
Can I ask you a question about the capacity? What was your understanding of what all these different numbers mean? When you talk about in here that certain number of bodies from certain times and number of events, is that capacity in the whole building or is that capacity per floor?
Per floor. Per floor.
So they're allowed to have multiple events happening.
They're asking. They're not.
What?
Let Jeff. Jeff can answer that.
Yeah, can you just clarify that for me, please?
Yeah. We were told in initial negotiations by somebody who told us he was the principal that they would never have multiple events on different floors, and that they will
not have? I'm sorry.
They would not have. He was asked directly, would you ever have multiple events on different floors? And he said no.
But that's not the case because their business has blossomed and they are having multiple events on different floors, right?
Apparently, yeah,
Yes.
apparently. And that, in and of itself, as I say, inside the building, okay, but that,
Has a spillover effect.
that many more people, 3 times as many people are spilling out onto the street or arriving. And that's the footprint that we're talking about.
All right, let the last gentleman speak.
All right. Thank you.
We have one more person.
And who knows, what do we, I see some reference here about a private club.
On the rooftop.
There's something called Spring Place, which is a private club. In shorthand, I view it as a sort of very, very ultra high-end WeWork. It's for people who rent space. They are entitled to drinks, or they have some kind of amenities there. And those are the people who, among those on the community board subcommittee, those are the few people who are actually in support of this proposal. The only ones, as far as I am aware.
All right, can the last person speak?
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Aaron Katzel. I am a resident and the president of the condominium at 260 West Broadway, which is the building that is directly across from Spring Studios, across the alleyway. My apartment is actually on the 4th floor of the side facing Spring Studios, across from St. John's Alley, where I live with my wife and 2 children who are 5 and 3 years old. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you today a few things about my experiences with Spring. What you'll hear are my experiences as a resident. You'll hear my experiences as a member of the advisory board and as a concerned member of the neighborhood and parent. To put it shortly and bluntly, Spring has demonstrated over the course of my interactions with them that they simply cannot be trusted to abide by their agreements or by their words. They have not engaged in a good faith way constructively with the advisory board that was set up to be a productive way to regulate the activities that they would engage in. They have not been a good neighbor. They have not abided by the stipulations that were set up to govern how their business would be conducted. And they have not been a constructive or good faith participant with the community. So I think what you've heard a little bit this morning is the frustration of all of the representatives of the community who have tried to engage with Spring in a constructive way to allow them to have a business that many of us, including Saul Goodman, the chair of our advisory board, thought would be a valuable addition to the community. What we've seen instead is that every opportunity that we've taken to engage with them has been either rejected out of hand or deceptively manipulated so that they can achieve their primary objective, which is to have essentially a 24-hour event space, unconstrained, in which they can serve alcohol and entertain people without restrictions. The primary violations that have affected me as a president of my condominium, and so I speak on behalf of other residents of the condominium and of myself, are the loading and unloading the noise on the St. John's alleyway. What they don't share with you is that both prior to and after events, they have to very quickly dismantle the space and reassemble it for the next participant. And when they're having these very large events, that dismantling and reassembling of the space does not occur during normal business hours the next day. It occurs right after the events. So just by way of example, 2 days ago, my family and I were woken at 3:55 in the morning by trucks that were honking their horns and were backing up and were loading and unloading for a spring event. This happens repeatedly. Spring has also promised, pursuant to its stipulations and pursuant to discussions that we've had with them, that they would provide access to a community helpline that would remedy these problems immediately. That has not been accessible or provided as promised. There's noise, as you've heard, from participants at the events. So Spring has told us repeatedly that they would restrict access to the entrance on St. John's Lane, that they would have access only on Varick Street. That has not been the case in many occasions. In fact, revelry has occurred on St. John's Lane from very noisy participants in their event at all hours, on school nights, on work nights, on very early mornings when my children are getting ready for school. I can't tell you, as the owner of an apartment that I paid a good deal of value for, how frustrating it is for me to have constantly my basically be disrespected and be treated like a second-class citizen by a business, a for-profit business that has consistently failed to engage constructively with us or abide by its commitments and word. That's all I have to share. I think what we will see if you permit Spring to amend its stipulations is you will see the value of the properties in the neighborhood. These very valuable condominiums and the families will flee, simply. And you'll have a block that becomes a strictly commercial block, and properties where people, like in other parts of the city, will simply not stay in the neighborhood because they don't want to live next to a 24-hour event space where they can't be assured that they're going to get the kind of sleep that they need in order to conduct their lives like ordinary human beings. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Aaron.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes.
How many units in your building?
There are about 50 units in our building.
And you mentioned that you've tried to communicate with the business and you've either been shut out or manipulated. Can you expand on that?
Of course. So I've served. I was asked to serve on the advisory board for Spring Studios about 2 years ago, I believe, and I've regarded that as the principal method through which the community was expected to engage with Spring. I was not involved in the original stipulations. I think you've got a few people here, Jeff and others, who were involved in the creation of the stipulations. So I came into this as a concerned unit holder, as a member of my board for my condominium, somebody who was trying to engage constructively with Spring to report some of the concerns we had and to try to find a way to mitigate those concerns. So what we found consistently, the MO of Spring Studios has been is that they would represent that they were very concerned, that they wanted to operate as a good neighbor, they would engage in a very friendly way with us, and then they would simply disregard any of our recommendations. They would engage in activities such as we've just heard about, where we would not hear from them for months after a process had been established by members of the community who had invested a lot of time and effort in creating this process. And then on the eve of the hearing, of course, to try to make a show of engaging with the community, they invite us to participate in a discussion which will have no practical effect because it was after the time for comments or revisions for the hearing would have to be submitted. So after this kind of engagement, what I've learned is that they are consistently trying to create a record of having been engaged with the community in a productive way and having been a good neighbor, when in fact they simply don't abide by any of their commitments. And they simply will make promises or say things that are either, in certain cases, outright fabrications or that they have no intention in honoring.
Who is your point of contact on the Spring side?
I operate through the advisory board, so I guess it's we've been working through their attorney, Bradford, who's here in New York today. I believe Brian, who's there with you in Albany, has also participated in the advisory board meetings. Those are the two primary points of contact that the advisory board has interacted with.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is your building called the American Thread Building?
That's correct, yes.
Have they ever come to your condo board?
Spring?
Yes.
They may have come to the board prior to my service, but I've been on the board for 5 years and have never been at a meeting where they've come to our condo board.
And I'm assuming you never asked either of them?
Well, since I serve both on the board and on the advisory committee, my expectation was that I would relay any comments through my service on the board through the advisory committee. That's been the channel of discussion that I've expected to work through.
Okay.
I think what we've tried to do as a community, sir, is act collectively so that we don't have to either waste numerous people or organizations' time and effort. If we can find a single collective forum, which was expected to be the advisory board and community board 1, to channel all of the comments and expectations of the community, that would be how I would traditionally expect to come to a productive relationship. However, what we found is we just don't have a willing counterparty.
Okay.
Is your building on the corner of Beach and Broadway?
Beach and West Broadway. So it's a horseshoe-shaped building. Yeah, it's a horseshoe-shaped building. So it goes around the corner. My unit and 2 other units are facing the St. John's Lane side. A number of the units face the beach side. A number of the other units face the West Broadway side. And then some units face a courtyard which would be exposed to noise from St. John's Lane, but it's actually facing the hotel across from the courtyard as opposed to directly on St. John's Lane.
On 6th?
Correct, yes, yeah. 6th and West Broadway are the same.
Right, yeah. Thank you.
Anyone that hasn't spoke
Thank you very much.
opposition want to speak?
Can I just add, I'm the condo president at Atalanta, 25 North Moore Street. There are 37 units in that condo, and I represent them in this particular concern and complaint.
Okay.
We had some folks in New York in support as well. I think it might be best to
Well, you can do your thing and then have them speak when you want them to.
Could we just have them speak first? I think that would be
Let's
better.
just make sure. Is there anybody else in opposition?
No, I think not.
It might be easier to do
And
it.
Mr. Ehrlich, anything you want to say? I mean, I'll let you get up afterwards if you want.
Yeah.
That may be good. Yes,
All right.
we'll be
Then
here.
why don't we have
Be here.
whoever's in New York in support come up, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Is anybody else going to be speaking in support?
Yes.
Come
Yeah,
up.
everybody get up. Everybody get up.
If you're
and
going to
get
be
in line.
speaking in support, come on up.
Okay, go ahead.
State your name for the record, too, please.
My name is Alan Tannenbaum. And I live at 182 Duane Street, which is in Tribeca, a few blocks away. I've been there for 45 years. I'm an artist, a photographer. I am familiar with Spring since they first came to the community board. I was a full member of the board for 8 years, served on various committees, including what was then the Tribeca Committee. I've been a public member of the board, and I've been involved with Spring ever since they began the demolition and the reconstruction of the space. And
When you say involved, you work for them?
No, as a board member, and initially as a board member.
Sir,
And
how many blocks away do you live?
I live on Duane Street. It's about 5 blocks away.
5 blocks away.
8.
Go ahead, sir.
It's 8 blocks away?
He's not speaking as a resident, Commissioner Kennedy, he's speaking as a prior board member.
Sir, go ahead, sir. Continue.
Right. I saw that Spring would be an absolute plus for the neighborhood, for downtown Manhattan, for New York City, with their studios, with the kind of things that they wanted to accomplish there, whether it was photography shoots, studios used it for making commercials, for the fashion shows, for Fashion Week, and now with the Tribeca Film Festival. The Spring Space, it's a great amenity for a kind of WeWork environment and a place for meetings, and everything I've seen is very, very positive that they're doing there. They promised when they came in to provide employment and opportunities for the community, for the neighborhood, and that's been true in my case. When they started with the fashion shows there for Fashion Week, I was hired occasionally as a house photographer to document the events for Spring Studios. When my 4th book of photography came out in 2016, Spring Studios afforded me a space to have an exhibition, and they had an opening. So that was very helpful for me as a local artist. And I find that, and I've gone to meetings as a resident in the community with Spring and with the members of the community, some of whom you've already heard speak here, where everybody was represented and their complaints were made clear to the management of Spring, who provided them with hotline numbers and listened to their complaints and wanted to be involved and made every effort, as far as I could see, as somebody who's in the neighborhood, to ameliorate any of their concerns. And I think they've done that in a good faith way. And the opportunity is there for them.
8 blocks away.
Excuse me. So that's been my experience with Spring. I think that one thing that has to be said is that this area is zoned as mixed use. So that means that there can be residential and commercial. And if you're in New York City and if you're in downtown Manhattan, there's always something that's going to be annoying or impinging, whether it's an ambulance siren in the middle of the night, trucks unloading. Certainly there are plenty of construction projects. And if you live right facing the Holland Tunnel Rotary, where traffic, cars, trucks, buses are exiting 24/7, and right next to Canal Street, and where the traffic also comes down Varick Street, that's a very busy neighborhood. Very, very busy. It's not like a street in Westchester County suburbs. So this is something you have to expect. There's always going to be something that's going to bother you in New York City. So I think that Spring has made every effort to reduce their footprint, to accommodate the concerns of the neighbors, and just do positive things that are helpful for the neighborhood, for the community, for Lower Manhattan, for the city of New York.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
My name is Edgar Perea. I'm representing the Chinese American Planning Council. We have office space right on 21 St. John's Lane. We have a child care facility and as well as a home attendant program. Through the time that Spring Studio has moved in, they've been very supportive of CPC and the programs there. Any issues that we might have had with them in regards to traffic flow or anything in regards to St. John's Lane has been addressed, at least for our part. I have noticed the fact that before them moving in, there was a big problem of students actually hanging out in that alleyway, drinking marijuana use and stuff like that, which were reported to the police. But since St. John's moving in, that has drastically been reduced. I have children who actually, and parents who have are dropped off regularly. They have no issues in regards to the, at least for our interest rate. We're in total support of what Spring Studio is asking. I hope they get it. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Oh, yes. We've also been asked to be part of the advisory committee.
Can you expand on the traffic management, what you've requested and how they've adjusted?
So in regards to, let's say, park trucks and stuff like that, sometimes they are on our side of the street. When we've asked St. John's Spring Studios to actually move it, they've actually moved it out of the way to clear the sidewalk space for our parents and community members who partake in our services. Also, I'm not affiliated with the Spring Club at all. We've been asked, our organization, as I mentioned before, has also been asked to be part of the advisory board.
And so you don't think there is a Spring Club? Is that what
I'm
you're
not
saying?
part of the Spring Club.
Oh, you're
CPC
not
or
part of
myself are not part of the Spring Club.
Oh, I see.
And part of the stipulations were that they would develop a street cleaning program with your group. Did that happen?
Yes, they have done cleaning once in a while in front of our location. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam Mallitz. I'm a former member of Community Board 1. I was on the original group that negotiated.
Gentlemen behind, could you take your conversation someplace else?
My apologies. So I was on the board as a full member during the negotiations on the Tribeca Committee for the stipulations for Spring Studios. I'm a native of Tribeca, but I'm not here to say that I live in any remotely close proximity to the venue where I would be testifying on whether or not they were impacting my ability to live in that immediate area. I live on Greenwich and Duane, so that would be a separate issue. But I was involved in not only the stipulation discussions, but I also spent some time in this gentleman's apartment when he was having issues with the light that was emanating from the venue, and so I've unfortunately had to be a part of the discussion, even post-stipulation discussion. I'll just say that the original concern about Spring was going to be their impact on the community when they first came and presented with all the fashion stuff and all of that other, information that you've heard about. It was thought that they would potentially be running some kind of secret club or nightclub or event venue that might cause issues, and that was a big part of why the stipulations were so specific and strict. Over the years, Spring seemed to, in my opinion, having been a resident of the neighborhood and also having been around events in that area, lived up to their end of the bargain. Bradford has been very communicative with the group. I served on the advisory board until it was determined at Community Board 1 that members like myself should not be on the board and that it should be local residents. So in the last, couple of years, I haven't been involved with that. But I've gone to, like I said, several events there. I'm not a member of the club. I have no financial interests, with Spring Studios. I'm just here to show my support and my opinion that they have lived up to their end of the bargain about what they were trying to do. And I believe that they should continue with what they're doing because I think it has a very positive impact on Lower Manhattan and the city in general. There are not many venues that can produce events or like the Tribeca Film Festival or Fashion Week left in that capacity, and I think that their space is so unique that it must be preserved and it should be thriving economically and financially so that it can continue to operate and provide that kind of venue for the city.
But let me ask you this: are you familiar with what they're requesting to add to what the stipulations were?
Yeah, it was sent to me, and I know they were looking to expand their event presence. And off the top of my head, do I know every single detail? Do I recall? No, but I have read it, and it doesn't seem that far-fetched, at least from my own personal perspective, on what they'd like to do.
Really?
Anyone else there? Okay, thanks.
All right.
Yes. Sorry. I'm Mark Jaffe. I'm with the Greater New York Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here not because I live in the area, but I represent the state, the region, and this is a huge commercial and transit hub here, and it's going to affect commerce. We heard from the opposition that they're great neighbors. We heard from the opposition.
I didn't hear that.
I heard the leading arguments. I sat here for all this testimony, and the first gentleman said they're great neighbors, and then he had some
They said they're good business
All right,
for
I'm
New
not
York
going to
City.
get here.
Good
Go
neighbors.
ahead.
I stand corrected. We heard that they're in violation of their agreements, but they're not. They have a multi-floor, multi-use. They think that's not in the stipulation that they would only do 1 or 2 events at a time. They're business owners. They want to maximize their space. And they have. They've done iconic events all over the world. People know about this Fashion Week and this Tribeca Film Festival. The police reports, I've had the privilege of working with the last 3 police commissioners. It's a safer area now. And the modifications that this good operator, a member of the Greater New York Chamber, is asking for will only enhance the community and the values of the property there. I urge that we get these modifications passed, and I'm at the service of the opposition. They know Brad. They all know Brad by name, and I would suggest that they contact Brad or the Greater New York Chamber of Commerce. Our phone number is easy. It's 212-CHAMBER, and we will help you through the process. Make sure your home values stay the same and your children get a good education. Thank you very much. Any questions?
No.
All right. Thank you, members. You've been very
I'm
generous.
sorry, before you start, can I just go back to the opposition? I just want to clarify some stuff. Can I go back to the opposition for just a second?
Yeah.
Anyone in particular?
No, just all of them. I heard you guys talking about the noise. I only hear dissatisfaction with the loading dock. I did not hear anyone say that it's problematic when a lot of people exit the facility late at night. Is that accurate?
I would actually respectfully disagree. There are a few different kinds of noise concern, and we see the different kinds of noise emanate depending on what sort of event they're having, and it can be more or less of a problem depending on when the event is going to occur. So what you can expect with Spring is that any event that they're holding of any size, you're going to need to set up prior to the event, and you're going to need to break down after the event. That's just the nature of
Yeah, no, I understand about the loading dock, but I want to know about the people.
Right. So the people is what I would consider an occasional nuisance. The loading is a constant nuisance. The people are an occasional nuisance.
I know, but my question is, are the people outside loud, and are they
Yes.
waking your children up late at night?
Yes, absolutely. But it's not every week like it is with the loading and unloading. That would I say that's an event that I would say happens perhaps every month and a half, where there's noisy, because again there are multiple exits for the facility and multiple entrances. What we've heard in the past is that sometimes celebrities will only enter the facility through the St. John's Lane entrance because they don't want, or because they do want, to have media attention. So sometimes what you'll have is paparazzi will be organized in a line on St. John's Lane to take photographs of the celebrities while they're entering the Spring space, so it can be in the tabloids, or while they're exiting the Spring space. We've seen that sometimes. Sometimes, for example, there was, I believe, when Secretary of State Clinton was running for president. There was a fundraiser there. They needed to set up the Secret Service phalanx on St. John's Lane to offer appropriate security. So they regularly use that as an entry and exit for events. Both
full disclosure, I was there for that event, so.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, if I can just elaborate on one related topic. You've heard a number of the supporters of Spring present this discussion as if it were a question of Spring operating at all or not at all. And that's not the debate that we're looking to have.
No, we understand what the debate is. We got it.
Okay,
we know that we're not here to shut them. We understand that.
Right. All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, members. You've been very generous with your time on this case. There's been a lot of paperwork and letters submitted, and you've heard a lot. And so thank you for that. I won't take up too much more of your time, hopefully. Famous last words. What I propose doing, we filed this application over a year ago, or almost over a year ago. It's come a long way, both in terms of time and distance to be here. There were some things said in opposition, but before we get to those, I would just like to take a minute to present what we wanted to say to you in terms of what we're proposing here. I know you're familiar with Spring Studios, and you heard already from the supporters and the opposition. Oh, and by the way, before I say anything else, I do want to just acknowledge Jeff Ehrlich and Susan Cole from CB1. My office has worked with them on multiple occasions, on a variety of applications. They're reasonable people. I'm sorry that we are on different sides here, but we do appreciate their commitment to the community. And similarly, I do appreciate what Jeff Ehrlich said, the very first thing he said, which is that Spring is a benefit to the community. And I don't think anyone doubts that. And that wasn't, and no one doubted that when Spring initially came to New York. In 2013, Spring Studios had only been operating in London. And it had a similar concept to what we have here now in London, a hub, an integrated hub for creative arts. Some very important industries in our city, the arts industry, the fashion industry, the advertising industries. These are industries that did not have a place of their own, a place that was designed for them in their needs in New York City. There was one in London, but not in New York. And that's why when Spring proposed investing $30 million in a rundown old Verizon building with a dilapidated back alley called St. John's Lane and changing that into a hub of activity and investment and of thought and of creativity, the city of New York was supportive of it, the state of New York was supportive of it, and by extension, this authority was supportive of it, which is why we, the predecessors in my office, worked with the predecessors of the members of the authority and predecessor council at the authority to come up with a way to get Spring Studios into New York City. We went to the community board then in 2013, and the overriding concern of the community board at the time was that we were taking this old Verizon building and turning it into a stealth nightclub. That's the term you see throughout the records here, is a stealth nightclub. And at the time in 2013, it was fair for the members of the community board to have that concern. They didn't know us. We were some people coming from London who were looking for a liquor license. And as members of the authority know and members of community boards know, people get burned at the community board when they're told one thing and then something else happens. Spring respected that concern as well, which is why they worked painstakingly to lay out some of the most detailed stipulations I've certainly ever seen in my time practicing liquor law. They are extensive, not only in their length, but in what they cover. They cover some very minute elements of the method of operation. And Spring jumped into that effort wholeheartedly because they wanted to assure the community board that we were going to be true to concept, that we were going to not be a stealth nightclub, not be a place where people were dancing, not be a place for promoted events, not be a place where there's going to be a party-like atmosphere, but to be a hub for the creative industries, fashion, advertising, arts, etc. Expressed in those stipulations, members, was a recognition that we could come back after a year and renegotiate them. You hear folks all the time saying, well, give me 6 months to a year and we'll come back. This was in the sticks. that we would come back after a year. And as you heard from the former member of Community Board 1 on the Tribeca Committee, who's here today, and as also I hope you read, I know there's a lot of letters that we submitted, but as I hope you drew your attention in our submission, the letter of Peter Rouse, who was the chair of the Tribeca Committee, and that was, back then, that was CB1's committee that dealt with alcohol licensing in Tribeca. They had geographical committees. So that was the chair of the committee that dealt with these stipulations. As you heard from those folks, it was not only expressly understood, but in all of the discussions, everybody knew that spring would be coming back once we had an opportunity to prove ourselves to renegotiate stipulations. We did not come back.
No one has said that.
Well,
no one has said that's not the case.
Well,
what they are saying is that you didn't prove yourself.
Well, I think there's two sides to all of the allegations that you've heard today, the unadjudicated, unreported allegations, and we could, I think there's a temptation to want to adjudicate who's telling you the truth here about these allegations, but we could just focus for a moment on the objective facts. 6 years later now, we've come and asked for 3 very modest adjustments to the stipulations. We're not asking to throw the whole stipulations out. We want 3 modest adjustments.
I'm going to disagree with you there, because I wrote on my paper they're looking to blow up the stipulations.
Well, I disagree with that, Mr. Chairman, and I would hope
you want to go from, what, 15 800-person events a year to 40. That's not blowing them up.
I don't think so, Mr. Chairman, because that was only one element of these very lengthy stipulations.
You have no music on the roof right now.
That's right. And
I want to have music on the roof.
I think that's the easiest one to deal with, Mr. Chairman.
It is.
Well, if I could explain my reasons why. You've heard opposition today, but what I hope you've read in our papers is our closest neighbor, the one residential neighbor, members, that actually has frontage on our roof, the One York condominium. They're not here today, but they wrote you. Not only as a condo board they wrote you, but the top people in those apartments who face our roof wrote you. They've told us that not only do they support spring generally, but they support our request for the roof. In addition, and I think this is...
And that may be the case, but as I told the objector, I'm familiar with this neighborhood, very familiar with it. I'm familiar with the building. I worked there for 11 years. It's one of the quietest neighborhoods in Manhattan. And it's something I say regularly in this place. No one told them to put this there. And they decided to, and they worked with the community board to do that.
Well,
and the community board agreed to all this stuff.
Well, that's why I raised, Mr. Chairman.
Well, one of the things that is in the quietest neighborhood in Manhattan, to me, is untenable, is music on a roof. Especially a building of this size.
I just want to make 2 responses to that, Mr. Chairman, to try to sway your view. First of all, that is why I mentioned that the STIPs explicitly say that we can come back. Because yes, we negotiated, but part of the negotiation was we would come back. So it's not like we said we would never come back, and this should be a surprise to anyone. Second, and I really want to get this out, Mr. Chairman, you've seen sound reports, privately commissioned sound reports, all the time at this agency. I don't know if you've ever seen a sound report from the New York City Department of Environmental Protection, which is in our papers, the agency in New York City that is responsible for enforcing the noise ordinance. They came to our roof. We had privately commissioned sound engineers as well, including one that was selected by One York, our closest neighbor. But in addition, we had the DEP come to our roof and to our closest neighbor, perform a sound study, and what they are telling you is that even under extremely loud conditions, with music as loud as possible, that there is no impact on the inside of the space, and under normal music conditions, the type of music conditions that we are requesting, that there is no audible noise from our rooftop on the inside or the outside of those units. And that's the closest unit. So I do think that bears mention. Now, in terms of, so that's why I think it's the easiest one. You have the closest neighbors who support us, and have said so, and support this application, this request. And you have the City of New York DEP telling you that our request for music is not going to have an impact on those neighbors. Something else in terms of objective facts, because again, you've heard a spray of unreported, unadjudicated allegations. But one thing that's objective, members, is you have a letter from NYPD, the 1st Precinct, which is only it's a stone's throw away from us.
Listen, you're mixing apples and oranges here. There is not one person in that opposition that indicated that they are running illegally or that they are a nuisance on the neighborhood. What they're saying is we have enough. And all of these stipulations in my mind that were entered into were not penal. They were, all right, this is a business that's going to move into this quiet neighborhood. How do we live with it? And how do they live with us and still operate? They were not penal stipulations. In fact, I'm familiar with the community board and Mr. Ehrlich, and if there's anyone that is more reasonable in the city of New York than him, I have yet to meet the person. So I get that they want to expand, and I understand that, but no one is insinuating that they should be closed. Not one person said that.
And we're not saying that.
No, so the NYPD, whether they come there or don't come there, is not really relevant to me.
Here's why.
It's a question of whether adding more is going to create mayhem.
Here's why it's relevant, Mr. Chairman, because you just heard a bunch of people telling you that we cause all sorts of nuisance to their neighborhood.
Well, you do, because what you do
but the cops don't say so.
No, but these are things that the cops are not going to get involved in.
Sure
Every complaint person that stood up said every time that they end a party, we have trucks, and we have people emptying trucks and filling trucks. Now, there's something in the stipulations in the agreement here where they indicated they would only have deliveries at regular hours. That's clearly not happening.
Mr. Chairman, in terms of the loading, St. John's Alley is not used just by us. There is a hotel that also shares the alley with us. We front the Holland Tunnel exit, where there are trucks and beeping and screeching from every corner of New Jersey coming out right next to the same windows.
Are you saying that the people that live across the street don't know where the noise is coming from? And I get that. I get there's noise down there. I'm familiar with it, as I said.
Right, I know
and
you
sometimes
are,
Canal Street could be backed up 12 blocks.
All the time.
And they're still hearing this.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Chairman, is I don't know if they know.
Are they making it up?
All I'm trying to say is that this is not an adjudicatory proceeding where you're being asked to figure out who's telling the truth. All I'm trying to say is...
Of course it is.
No, it's not. Look at the objective
Yes,
facts.
it is.
No, if you're violating your stipulations, you can't get more. That's how we do it.
Well, we strongly disagree, Commissioner Van, that we are violating our stipulations. And if I could please just focus on the limited changes that we're trying to make.
Well, I mean, how about this change? I mean, I'm reading from the original stipulations. Spring is asking all clients, vendors, suppliers, collections to make all pickups and drops during regular business hours. Is that happening?
Mr. Woody could speak to that.
Yes, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is when we run our loading dock. I believe we heard testimony from the opposition.
So what are they talking about with people coming and going in trucks at whatever hour?
There was a complaint about 3:55 in the morning yesterday morning. I had an exchange of emails from the individual that made that complaint and apologizing that his doorman corrected him that there was...
Well, are you disassembling events after they occur?
On Barrett Street, we did.
On what?
Barrett Street.
Yeah, not
on
saying-
the opposite
And you
side.
indicated in your stipulations that you would do that during normal business hours.
No, St. John's Lane, 7 to 7.
No, it says programming related events shall be disassembled during regular business hours. It makes no reference to St. John's Lane or Barrett.
What we put in our contracts with all of our operators is that they can unload and load in through St. John's Lane, which is the residential side facing 1 York, CPC, and 260 West Broadway between 7 and 7.
I mean, I'm not looking at this that you're bad operators. That's not my view here, and it's not my conclusion. It's that these were not penal. They were to make it so everyone could coexist. And adding more, I don't know that they can.
Well,
particularly adding what you're adding.
If I could just add something, respond to that, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I haven't articulated it correctly. I'm not saying that these stips are penal, but what I'm saying, and not only am I saying this, but members from Community Board 1 who were there at the time are telling you that the genesis of these stipulations was a fear that we become a nightclub. And no one is saying that we've become a nightclub. We have stayed true to form. You have to read these. You're not, Antonin Scalia just reading the text of the stipulations. You have to understand it in context. And the context that you're getting is that the reason these stips were created was because there was a fear that we'd become a nightclub. And we're not. We've proven
That's
it.
not, and
Right.
that may be true. I didn't watch it. I wasn't here for it. But that is not referenced in any of the materials that we have.
Yeah, they haven't accused you of anything.
No, it's not referenced that you would come back, and it's not referenced that they were concerned.
It certainly is
Where's
referenced
it
that we
pointed
come
out?
back.
It's in the stipulations that they can come
That you can, but not that you are expected to.
Well, I mean...
that may seek to renegotiate stipulations.
Right, and we don't see those in stips unless everybody understands that
So
we're
let
going
me
to
ask
come
you
back.
this.
No, I see
How come
those
you didn't
regularly.
go to the community board with this?
We did go to the community board. we absolutely did go to the community board a few times with this. What the community board has wanted us to do is they have sought, and I don't mean this pejoratively, they have sought to outsource the discussions to the Spring Advisory Board, a board that I've never heard of any other licensee creating in stipulations, a board that is specifically designed to connect the business and members. So in terms of lack of communication, there's more formalized communication than any other of your licensees, and they've asked that the board basically rule on this, and the advisory board, and Mr. Woody could speak to this more directly since he's been there and I haven't, is deadlocked on what to do about this. So we do not disrespect the community board.
Considering that they do have the Spring Advisory Committee, and that and at some point in October of 18, we see a letter that they said they were told by you that you were going to withdraw the application. So I'm just wondering why you're here without them on board, because you're obviously able to organize all the other supporters.
The procedural history, Commissioner Fan, was that when we went to the community board initially, they wanted us to then go talk to the Spring Advisory Board and deal with it through that. So what we did with the community board is we agreed to put over a discussion with them until after, as I'm sure you're familiar with, Commissioner Fan, until after we've spoken with those stakeholders. Our application was in with the Liquor Authority already, and so we notified the Liquor Authority to please hold off on processing this application until we've had a better opportunity to work with the neighbors. And Mr. Woody, I think, would be better to fill me in.
We met with that advisory board in May 2018. We met with them when we distributed these proposed revised stipulations. We sat again in June 2018, and we sat again in August 2018 before the Community Board 1 hearing in September 2018. We debated this extensively. The advisory board was deadlocked. They could never come to a majority consensus. The community board voted.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but they said, and the advisory chair sent us a letter, and he stated that, one, they never took an official vote, and if they had, it would be 9-1 or 8-2 against.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as we heard from the opposition, that individual that wrote that letter is the de facto chair. Please notice that on that letter, he is CCing only one other.
Well, I'm reading this from the community board.
But he also sent a letter and submitted that to you as well.
Yes.
He CC'd only one other member of the advisory board. An advisory board member received a copy of that letter, and to be honest with you, that advisory board was outraged. They demanded that we organize a call and an in-person meeting. We did so on Monday of this week. That individual made a motion to vote on these stipulations. He believes that the SLA and the community board. He believes the community board and the SLA is being misled and misrepresented by two individuals with a private agenda. That vote is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions.
What happened to the other 5 members?
They did not join the call.
But the point is,
and there's 1 no vote. So we had 6 individuals join this meeting. I have all this for you. I'm more than happy to submit.
Let me just say, this just goes to show that, although it was well intended that the effort be outsourced to the advisory board, they're deadlocked, and that and so that's where we're at in terms of engagement. This was not some last minute thing that we sprung on people. We filed this application almost a year ago, and we've been to the community board several times. And so everyone who has something to say about this has been heard. If you look at what's being called St. John's Square, Commissioner Fan, which is basically the Holland Tunnel exit interchange, we submitted to you an informal survey of the amount of residents that live in that square. We got to about 1,000 residences in that square. You've not heard from 1,000 people. Commissioner Fan, you were on CB4. You know what a CB resolution looks like when there was a great outpouring of opposition at the CB meeting. There's no whereas clauses about block associations showing up in opposition. There's no whereas clauses about a substantial number of people showing up outraged. There are some people who were opposed to the idea of spring initially and remain opposed to basically an event space where they live. And I understand that, but it's mixed use, and it was always understood that we would be able to come back. We are asking for just some minor changes, and I didn't, and just to be clear about what those are. Music, not DJ, not dancing, just amplified music and some live background music on the roof, set to a limiter that was established by our sound study, that was selected by the nearest residential building, who wrote in support of our application, that DEP has said is not going to impact anybody. So that is what we want, which is not a big stretch from what we currently have. We additionally think that the rubric, and that hasn't been mentioned yet, but there is a confusing, difficult to apply rubric that significantly limits us. And Mr. Chairman, I know I'm not saying they're penal, but what I am saying is that that rubric was designed because there was a fear that we would not be doing the Tribeca Film Festival, not be doing events for the New York fashion industry, a very important industry in our city for its economic health, but that we would be doing nightclub stuff. And I think it's a point in our favor, in the favor of our request, that nobody is alleging that we have become that. So,
right, but if you're presenting art and culture, I don't see how dancing on the roof would be part of
we're
that.
not asking for dancing on the roof. All we're asking for is background level music.
Loud music.
Well, not loud music, Commissioner Fan, background level music on the
You
roof.
mentioned CB4. You know how we feel about outdoor roof music.
I sure do, and I'm not sure how CB4 would have ruled on this, but and I,
What
I,
kind of live music on the roof are you asking for?
I only want background music. I'm actually not asking for
What kind of live music?
It would be piped in through a system. You have the technical specifications.
Oh, you don't
of
want
the
live
speakers.
anymore?
No, it's fine. Just background music. We would implement limiters at the lowest level, put in those 2 private studies as well as the DEP studies. It would have 0 impact on any of these neighbors.
But with 300 people up there, there's a lot of, that would be more noise than background music.
I mean,
that is the maximum capacity, Commissioner Ford. I welcome you all to come down and tour the facility at any time. It's extremely rare that you would ever see
We
so
can
many
leave
people.
Commissioner Fan here. Apparently, she's already been.
These really are modest changes. We're not asking to blow up the whole stipulation agreement. They are modest changes. And if there's one other thing you take away from this is that, yes, you've heard some voices in opposition, but there's a whole lot of support for us too. So there is by no means a unanimous view of the community here in terms of what to do.
As I pointed out, the one unanimous thing is that no one is saying shut them down. We're not, it's...
Well, that helps us, Mr. Chairman.
Right. I'm saying that we've obviously seen vocal opposition that would come in and tell us not only don't give them more, but shut them down.
That's right.
Not heard.
That's right. And you're not going to...
Like I said, it goes to the fact that they have concerns whether they can coexist with what you're asking.
You're not
So,
going to make
you wanna go
100%.
outside?
You're not going to make 100% of the people happy 100%.
I never do.
There's obviously a trust issue. That was
With some neighbors, but not
We're
all.
going to take 2 minutes outside. It
Thank you.
counts.
we're back on the record after a conference with council. Are you ready to vote?
No, I don't know. You have anything else? Good.
I think we've.
Anybody there have anything else?
Anything else?
Yeah.
Ray wants to say something.
I mean, the only thing I'll say is just that
I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm Bradford Gonzalez, Commissioner's Chair. I'm Bradford Gonzalez Sussman. I was referenced during some of the testimony, I think, on both sides. I was a liaison to community boards. I was a community board member. I was a resident of the village, liaison to community boards for the borough president. I've worked with Spring since the beginning. I think I was on the.
Yeah, he represents Spring in the outreach effort.
Right. I was representing Spring, and I was on the sort of in the negotiations for the original stipulation. I think they have done a phenomenal job adhering to the stipulations in good faith. I have provided my personal business card, my personal cell phone number to every single person who has ever made any kind of a issue with anything Spring has done. We have been very available. The Spring has had an 800 number, a hotline available to the community. There has never been an instance, and we haven't responded to any kind of an issue. Over the last year and a half, we actually came up with a framework with the community board where any issues that come up with the community board were alerted in real time, and we respond to them in real time. And over the past year and a half, the only issues that have come up.
So how many actual calls or complaints have you received personally?
Over the past year and a half, there's been about, I'd say, fewer than a dozen. In every one of those particular instances, it was actually vehicles for other venues. It was the laundry truck for the hotel. There has not been, and we checked the videotape. There's a videotape on St. John's Lane. So for every time there's a complaint, we check the videotape and find out whose vehicle it is, and then we recheck. And it has never been a truck servicing Spring.
Hilton Garden and Tribeca.
Also on
Spring only allows access to their vendors 7 to 7. That's when they open their garage. And this is and some of the things they've done are above and beyond the stipulations. They are allowed to use St. John's Lane for people entering and people.
All right. No one is saying we're not trying to shut them. They're not. No. It's about the expansion.
I get that, but if people just to wrap up.
Hold on.
Yep. Sorry.
California Closets, I think that's it. One commercial neighbor, the Tribeca Cinema, has since shut down. There's a massive construction project on St. John's Lane in Varick, turning that into a commercial mixed use tied to CPC.
Mixed use as in mixed with residential, or
no,
just
it's going to be commercial, and their intention is to put a food eatery and to close St. John's Lane to all vehicular traffic for pedestrian use.
And that's through the CPC?
No, it's a separate developer. His name's Stan Perlman. He was one of the developers on One York.
How is that going to affect you if they close?
It'll only be the north half of St. John's Lane. Cars will still be able to get through St. John's Lane over the street. The hotel will remain having access after the garage.
All right. I'm ready to go.
Okay. Commissioner Fan?
So, the stipulations are very convoluted, as we all know. I think that part of the reason why the community can't really pinpoint whether there are violations of stipulations is because there's no way for anyone to actually figure out the number of events. I mean, unless you make it a full-time job to keep track of how many events you're having, there's really no way to see if you're living by this chart that was created.
Can we just put down?
But having said that,
that's what they're asking for. So just deal. I'm going to go down each one about what you're asking for and deal with each one.
Okay. You have our submission, right? Because that's what we were asking.
So, as far as the revised hours of operation for the sixth floor. And for special events, and for Spring Studios, I'm going to vote to approve it for 2 a.m. across the board. And for the roof terrace, I'm going to vote to approve for 10 p.m. across the board.
That's 10 p.m. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk while you're voting. That's the alcohol service. We're already open till 10 p.m. We just wanted the alcohol
No,
service.
you're not open until 10 p.m. On Monday to Thursday, you open until 9 p.m. according to your own letter.
That's
And
true.
8
Yes,
p.m. on Sunday.
I stand
So
corrected.
I'm doing 10 p.m. across the board for the rooftop.
Yes.
I will give you 4 a.m. for Halloween and New Year's Eve. That is fine. I am going to vote for no music on the roof. I'm going to vote for 26 events over 800 bodies. That would give you one every other week, which I think it's a fair compromise for right now. I think 40, which basically means you can have one a week.
So how many a week? I was just writing it down.
So that's 26 total. However,
Which is now, so right now it's 600 to 800 is 15, you're going to 26. Not based on the chart he handed in.
Right.
Okay.
And I will also remind you of the need to use shades to block the flashlights and other bright lights that you're using for your fashion shows, etc. I'm going to add a stipulation that all lights are 10 feet from any window and that there is no loading anywhere between the hours of 11 and 7. And with that, I vote to approve. Do you need me to go over that again?
Are we going to get this in writing? Or
I can tell you again.
Yes, it'll be in writing.
Okay, then that's fine.
The only events extra events you were asking for is more 6 to 800?
We wanted to throw out that rubric, which I agree with you, Commissioner Fan, is very convoluted and difficult. And we wanted to do something that was cleaner, which is, now that we've proven ourselves, have an unlimited number of events, with the exception of events of 800 people or more that go after 8 p.m. have 40 a year. That's what our ask was.
I voted for 26.
I was answering the chairman.
So what under 800 though? You're asking for unlimited.
That's right.
And so you're keeping everything else that was in power above it. Okay.
So the rubric stays. We're just changing the events of 800 or more to 26.
That's fine.
I'm just understanding.
Yes, that's my understanding too. Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner Ford? What Commissioner Fan is trying to do is take out some confusion between the community and you guys, so that you don't have to go to this grid to figure out. I mean, it's confusing as hell to me.
Yes.
I'd hate to have to try to function by that. So I think that what she's trying to do is what she's done is propose something that's going to be easy for everyone to understand what time of day it is, how many events, one every 2 weeks. That's easy to keep track of for everybody. So I vote to approve the same as Commissioner Fan.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote as well, but just to clarify, so that the chart that you handed in, Mr. Bookman, so the 6 to 800 that went to 26, my understanding is that's 26 daytime or evening. There's no numbers.
I mean, that's not what we asked for.
Yeah, the chart is gone.
What we asked for is get rid of that chart.
No, I'm talking about the 6 to 800. The rest of the chart is in place. But the 6 to 800 is just, we don't care when you have them, but there are 26 of them.
Are you asking me if that's what I asked? Or are you
No,
just
I'm telling you that's what her vote was.
Okay, so her vote was to keep forgive me for being dense, keep the chart in place, except events of 600 to 800 are just a flat 26 any time of day.
And then the hours that she mentioned, that changed across the board.
2 a.m. across the board.
And then 10 p.m. on the roof terrace. Or is it 10 p.m. on the roof terrace? Yes, and then 4 a.m. Halloween and New Year's. Okay.
Thank you for your consideration, Linda.
Thank you. Good luck.
Mr. Chair?
Once again, if you can get them to agree to something, then come back. So, I mean, it's obvious, as Commissioner Fan pointed out, that there's a lack of trust. I don't know where it's coming from because you guys seem like you're up front, but there's a lack of trust down there.
What?
And if you can agree to further changes, I'll approve them, but they have to be with the community.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. And thank you,
Chairman Bradley, I have a question.
Yes.
800 plus means to me 100,000. What is these? What does that mean? Since
I
the
think-
occupancy per floor is 800, that's what we've been told.
It's all permitted by the Department of Building.
Yeah,
if I
it's,
may.
yeah, go ahead. Well, speak up so we can hear you.
Jeff, it's all permitted by the Department of Buildings. Anytime we do any event that goes over maximum occupancy as determined by the DOB and the FDNY, we must file a permit. We get a temporary place of assembly, and an enforcement official comes on site to either supervise or enforce that.
And there was never a cap on the maximum number of people. So,
and we're without any violations with any of those agencies.
That's what your chart. That's the chart you guys agreed to originally was above 800.
I don't think we said above 800. I think 800 was the limit.
Just one point, Jeff voted against the original resolution. We have the people that voted in favor of it, and we're on the committee here as well. If you
Well,
want to
it doesn't matter.
Well,
who
I voted
for it.
We have
in.
here.
Excuse me.
Capacity.
Varies by floor. Paul, you know?
1,400 building.
that's your certificate.
All right, so it's no more than 1,400 people,
Or unless permitted by DOB on an individual
unless they get a
basis.
permit for it.
Which means unlimited, up to whatever DOB will allow.
Well, they're legally allowed to do that.
Up till now, the limit has been 800, and why I voted in committee against it was because after all those negotiations, they came to the committee and changed what we had agreed on, which was 12 events on the roof, and they wanted.
Yeah, but if we're going to limit, I mean, we're trying to meet in the middle here. If we're going to limit the number of events they have, then if they have the ability to bring in a lot of people,
Once a month.
yeah, in a way, they should be allowed to do that because maybe there are events that call for the need of that. And
Well, that's okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, take care.
We don't set the occupancy rules.
Mr. Casper, are you ready to come back with your case?
That's it.
Yeah, he's going up.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
We need to get moving, so. Mr. Casper,
Yes, sir.
come on up.
I'm here, good sirs.
1014, 1015, this is Juve NY Inc.
I have the family present. This is a small family business. We are.
Hold on for a second. Everybody else kind of
Guys.
tone it down.
Guys.
You come live across the street.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Casper.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to mention this is a small family business. They have been shut down for about 6 months, but what I would inquire is whether this body would give us an adjournment for 2 weeks to May 29th. I believe that's the date. 2 weeks would be May 29th to consider what you have discussed with us.
But we haven't really discussed the dollar amount, so yeah, we will. But what are you going to discuss?
Well, perhaps.
I mean, I'm not really interested in a dollar amount, but the other two commissioners may be, so they can tell you where the ballpark, I guess.
Well, if you'd be kind enough to share those thoughts with us, we'd be very grateful.
So we're not actually voting, we're just kind of tossing out ideas.
Well, so he knows what he's dealing with. Commissioner
I'm sorry, I
Clark,
just need a moment. I just want to clarify what the charge is. Which ones are the ones that were sustained? All of them were sustained, right?
No.
One Ford sustained at these two.
all of those, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is dismissed, 7, 8, and 9 is dismissed. And then all 3 of the second pursuit.
I'm at $45,000.
I'll agree with that.
So 2 weeks, May 29th.
And you know they have. That's not what they're imposing. That's just they're considering.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
Do you need to see this?
Yes, it's to be held open. All right, the
I'm
next
sorry,
item.
sir? Okay.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Next item is 999, RHNY Guesthouse LLC and RHNY Guesthouse F&B LLC.
I know what that means.
Something in between there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is Daniel Orson, who is the Director of Hospitality at RH, which was formerly known as Restoration Hardware.
So let me just see.
Is there anybody here in opposition to this matter?
Yes.
All right, come on up, please.
No further booth.
State your name.
Hi, my name is Zach Weinstein. I live at 92 Horatio Street.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, Chair Bradley, thanks again for allowing us this opportunity to speak. This is a rather complicated application, and our objections to it are quite limited. The only issue we have with this application is for the rooftop uses. I think I think the community was very generous with the steps that they offered for the alcohol service elsewhere in the building, including 4 a.m. in the basement and live music at private events. We stand by that. We don't have a problem with it. The problem, however, as so frequently in this neighborhood, is the request for alcohol service on that roof, for service until midnight, 7 days a week, and for music on the rooftop. The original steps that were agreed to by Community Board 2 basically asked for no music on that rooftop and for closing hours of 9 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and 10 p.m. Friday to Saturday. We didn't want any alcohol service, but in the interest of making a deal, we were willing to go along with that. Since then, there have been some new developments, and I hope that you received the letter that I sent in last week about issues with the rooftop operations at Restoration Hardware's gallery showroom 1 block away. Essentially, and I'm sure you remember this history, at both of these locations, there have been recurrent issues trying to negotiate with Restoration Hardware because we keep making deals, and then the terms of those deals get changed. Or Restoration Hardware comes back and says, no, we're no longer able to make this agreement. We want to try and do something else. This happened repeatedly at the gallery space, and there have now been 2 full board hearings regarding rooftop operations at Restoration Hardware's gallery 1 block away, and at both of those hearings, the board was extremely explicit about how the exterior rooftop terrace was supposed to be operated. And those operations were beer and wine consumption was allowed on those rooftops, but beer and wine service was not. People were supposed to get their drinks from the 3rd floor bar, bring them up to the rooftop if they wished, and then consume them outside. The operation of that rooftop terrace was not supposed to be primarily a lounge. It was supposed to be a showroom for exterior outdoor furniture. That was laid out clearly and explicitly on 2 occasions during full board hearings. What in fact has happened since that showroom has opened, it opened I think early last December, is that the exterior terrace is being operated as a lounge. There is dedicated waitstaff serving beer and wine. There is wait stations set up to organize the beer and wine and to receive payment. There's a hostess podium in which a hostess there's a line of people waiting to get in. A hostess seats them to consume their beer and wine. The reason that I'm bringing this up here is that it clearly gets to the credibility of the applicant in terms of any representations they make about how the rooftop at the hotel space will be operated. They have in fact conducted some sound tests. I don't doubt that it's possible to find some sound level for music on that rooftop that won't be audible to the surrounding community. But all this is completely irrelevant if there is no reason to believe that the applicant will actually abide by the levels that they've agreed to and abide by the specifications that the sound consultant has prepared as to how any sound system should operate. In addition, the applicant's contention that there will not be any negative impacts from serving alcohol on this rooftop is completely dependent upon representations about how many people will be allowed out there, and claims that it will be a very limited number of guests of guests at the hotel and guests of guests. And again, this comes back to the credibility and the ability of the applicant to actually follow through on these promises and agreements. And given what has been happening blatantly at the showroom, we simply have no reason to believe that this will happen. And I don't believe that the commission should have any confidence that this will happen. I think that that's really, and the other thing I'd just like to stress is that there are a number of other operations in the community that have had licenses for alcohol service on rooftops. And in every single case, there have been recurrent noise and community impact problems with those licenses. They're listed in the applicant, in Mr. Bernstein's letter. It's the Gansford Hotel, Soho House, Catch, STK, and the Standard Hotel. Problems recurrently with every single one of them, except possibly for the Standard, which is in a class by itself because it's so much further away from local residences and it's so much higher up. It's 19 floors up in the sky. This location at 55 Gansford Street is much closer to residential buildings than any of the other licensed rooftops. It's less than 200 feet from quite a number of apartments and buildings, and we think that we're just setting ourselves up for problems if, in fact, a license for alcohol consumption on the roof is given. And once again, we are not objecting. We have no problems with the license and stipulations for alcohol use elsewhere inside this building.
Are you on the community board?
No, I am not. I'm speaking as a private individual who spent way too much time dealing with alcohol issues in the community.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I'm Donna Raftery, and I live down the street from this. I'm newly appointed to the community board. I am not here representing the community board. I'm speaking as a resident down the street. I sent in a letter that basically I'll just summarize the same complaints that Zach had about how they're operating 2 blocks away does not give me any confidence in how they will operate on the rooftop in this venue. The noise from rooftops is a continual problem in our neighborhood. And one of the things, they've said from the beginning that this is an exclusive, small, expensive, low-key hotel. And I have no doubt, really, that that is their intention. My question has always been to them as why you would put that sort of hotel in the middle of an area that is known for its nightlife. When folks decide on a hotel to stay in, they look at the ambiance of an area. Our area is known for its nightlife, for its noise, for its parties. So to your point, Chair Bradley, it's nobody told them to put a hotel that they want rooftop use in an area that is already so problematic to the residents here. I also want to say that this is their very first hotel. Their gallery space 2 blocks away, they had already opened 1 or 2 of those, and at the full board hearing for that, they were saying that they were still trying to figure out how to operate that it's a learning process for them. I don't know why they have a whole hotel here that will be a learning process for them. So I would like to suggest that they open their hotel, see how it runs on the interior spaces, use the rooftop for what it's supposed to be used for as a pool and a place people can hang out during the day, and come back to the community board once they've seen how the hotel works, once the community has some faith in them operating both the hotel with the stipulations that we're asking for and the gallery space, which they aren't abiding by the stipulations that are there, and then come back and ask for use on a rooftop space. I think that pretty much covers it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Siegel. I'm a resident of 95 Horatio Street. My apartment directly overlooks Gansevoort Street. It's right in the corner facing east and north. I'm here speaking as a neighbor and a private citizen. So the rooftop in question has no barrier between its directional facing and the heart of the West Village. So any music that is expunged on that rooftop will go directly into a residential neighborhood. There are no other rooftops that do exactly that. The other rooftops in the area, Catch and SDK and the Standard and stuff, face different directions or are high enough up. So in this particular case, they're trying to operate something that's never been in operation on that block prior, nor in that building, and we really are very much opposed to that kind of music and having liquor on a rooftop that has never existed in the community, nor should it. Thank you.
What was the use of that building?
The building for many years was a private residence, and it did have a restaurant operation on the ground floor and the second floor. but for many, many years it was sole occupant. Prior to that, Zach would know.
It was a what occupant?
A sole occupant. There was one person living in the building for a long time.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think the relevant SLA history is this was a location of Villa Pockery for many years. Villa Pockery had a club called the Raven in the basement, and then it had a restaurant space in the ground floor and second floors, and then they were frequently illegally renting out the upper floors for private event and party use. There were recurrent problems with noise violations at this location. I think if the community board in their resolution gave a long list of complaints and the relevant complaint numbers to the previous operation.
Chair Bradley, good afternoon. My name is Vera Luta. I'm an immediate neighbor of this proposed location on 55 Gantwood Street, the Hotel of Restoration Hardware. I live on Horatio Street, and of all the people that speak here today, I'm the closest neighbor. My apartment faces them immediately. I was part of a sound test during which I was both on my balcony and on the roof of our building, and I could literally hear the spoken voice. So I'm very, very strictly opposed to the entire application of music or liquor on the roof of that establishment. As Zach already laid out, we have problems with every venue in the meatpacking district that operates a roof bar or club and serves liquor. We often spend hours and hours and hours of our days and nights trying to speak to these people. And the very fact that Zach also addressed that Restoration Hardware in their gallery, in their big showrooms, or better said, on their roof, are in strict violation of the stipulations that you and your office gave them, does not give me any confidence that they would play by rules. So I really appreciate if you give us a good thought and deny it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Chairman Carter Booth, Community
So,
Board.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
before you get going, I don't want to hear about the roof. We got it. And I don't want to hear about the violations at the new place. We got it. So whatever else you have to say, go ahead.
We're on the same page. I was actually going to ask you about that. So I just wanted to clarify with Mr. Bernstein, our resolution outlines everything in I think in significant detail. We spent quite a bit of time on this. And I think that the community board's position is to recommend denying the license. There's also we left open some room for further discussion, things for the authority to consider. And I think that the applicant had actually agreed to all of them with the exception of number 2, which were the hours of operation for the roof, and number 10 with respect to music on the roof. And outside of that, I think, am I correct, Mr. Bernstein, that there's agreement on all the other?
No.
There's not. Okay, so that being the case, could you explain to us what there's not agreement on? Yes,
Why don't you explain? Well, I'd like to know too. What are others? And just for the record, to be clear, there's 24 stipulations here that they've offered.
Yes.
He's indicated that you clearly disagree with number 2 and number 10. What else do you disagree with?
So number 2, the hours of the roof are an issue. Number 9, we had discussed, and I thought we had agreed that there could be a DJ in the basement wine cellar, wine bar, which only has space for about 50 people. That we agreed on a 4 a.m. close. We discussed having a DJ down there, so that's not in the stipulation.
I think that's included in number 19.
No, it's only for private events. The way it's drafted was for private events, but it's so. What I thought we had agreed was a DJ can be in the basement at any time. That only in the event of a private event can amplified live music be in the restaurant.
What's in the basement? Is there a club
It's
there?
a small wine bar. It seats 50 people. It's very small. It's not a club. It's full seating. There's no dancing. Can I just make one point about this hotel? This is a very small hotel. It has a total of 10 guest rooms. That's it. It's got a small restaurant. We've now revised that down.
Well, and see that, and to be honest with you, Mr. Well, let him finish. Do you have anything else?
No, I was just wondering. So the only other issue with out of the 24 is a DJ in the basement. Is that correct? In addition to the hours
No,
and
there's no
on the rooftop?
5-foot. No, you got some other things wrong. There's no 5-foot barrier for sound mitigation. I don't know where that came from. We said we would put up a 42-inch glass.
That's on the roof.
That came from Mr. Firestein's report.
Okay, go ahead.
We didn't say that full buyouts would end at 9 p.m. I don't know where that came from in number 19.
On the roof, he said. You're saying that.
No, so we
Well, if the roof
did
closes at 9, if the roof closes at 9 p.m., they have to end by 9.
Well, we.
Oh no,
we've
Friday,
asked-
Saturday, he gave you 10.
We were not in agreement with closing the roof, so let me come
Well, that's
back
why
to
they
that.
got 9 p.m.
Yeah, but we've agreed that there will only be 9 full buyouts of the entire hotel a year. And the community board said, we'll close those at 9 p.m., but if someone does a buyout of the whole hotel, including the restaurant, we can't close at 9 p.m., so.
No, that's just the roof.
That's
He
not what it
says,
says.
well, no, it does. It says all events during any buyout on the roof will end at 9 p.m.
Okay, all right, I didn't read it because we
I mean,
defined
what's the business
buyouts.
model here?
Well, that's my
Well, I
point.
want to explain it.
I want him to finish, though. So
Yeah, I'm just trying to narrow down so to save your time, just what the differences
I'm
are.
going to go through every one of these, so you can
Okay.
just why don't you go through your issues?
Yeah, so in looking through a previous email that Mr. Bernstein had with the community board and residents, I don't believe that there is an objection to having a DJ in the basement. I'll just say that. So that eliminates another point of contention. So it really comes down to number 2 with the hours of the rooftop, the music on the rooftop, and I guess the closing hour for events. The events on the rooftop are clearly an issue because the rooftop operations for events are very different in how they operate than regular use of the rooftop, which are unaffiliated people using it. Whereas events, everybody knows each other, so the noise level is generally significantly higher. I can go on, but I think that you have other questions, and I'd rather respond to your comments than.
No, I think I get my impression from reading this is that your board's biggest problem was the rooftop with the music and the hours.
Right.
It seemed like everything else inside you were fine with.
And just to point out that the local residential community was against the service of alcohol on the roof, and what was laid out was presumably a middle ground of some sort in this. And these operators also, with rooftop usage, they recently added another previously unlicensed rooftop just recently, which I won't go into detail because you have all the information with respect to that. So I'd be happy to answer any other additional questions.
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, go ahead, Mr.
Okay, so just a little bit of putting this in context. This hotel, which we are calling a guest house because we consider it more of a stay that is going to be like being at home, because featuring all the RH furniture, the design is going to be rather exquisite. So it's considered a guest house with 10 guest rooms. The design was originally 12, and there have been some modifications along the way. The only amenity space for guests are a restaurant which seats about 100 people or less on the
So
ground
that's not
floor.
for guests.
For guests not open to the public.
Yeah. I mean, you're at max, you're going to have 20 guests.
Exactly. Well, it'll be more.
So, I mean, let's call this what it is. It's not a hotel. I mean, it's adding nothing to the area as far as hotels go. It's a restaurant and a club downstairs and a pool on the roof.
Well, let me clarify that. The downstairs area in the basement is very small. How many square feet is the basement?
We can bring it up, but the max occupancy of it was
54. 50, maximum
Which,
54
once again, is
people
not for your
downstairs.
guests.
Downstairs. Then you have the restaurant. You have 10 guest rooms. I think there are 2 suites among them. And the rooftop is limited to hotel guests only. No member of the public, even if they're eating in the restaurant, can go to that roof.
Plus 3 additional guests per person.
That's what the community board had suggested.
So we're looking at potentially 60 people.
If everybody who's
I'm sorry, 80 people up there. If every person brought a max guest
we
list.
agreed to, the community board suggested we only have no more than 56 people on the roof at any one time, which we think will rarely occur. We agreed to that. So
why
that
do we need music, and why does it need to close at 12?
So the music, first of all, coming back to what I was saying, The only real amenity, there's no event space in this hotel. The only real amenity for guests, other than their room, is this space. The rooftop is only 2,500 square feet, and we agreed that we would cap it at no more than 56. There's going to be some lounge seating. There's no stand-up bar up there. There will be a wait staff who will take orders if anybody wants a meal or something to eat or a drink. They'll have to go downstairs to the ground floor to the restaurant and kitchen and bring it up. There's a pool that's about 4 feet deep. We agreed that we would have a 42-inch plexiglass wall. We have Alan Firestein from Acoustalog, who's sitting right there, who did an extensive study of the sound on that rooftop, and will be able to tell you that with a number of very small speakers spread around, set at a limiter, with this 42-inch wall, whether it's glass or plexiglass, no one will be able to hear the music. The idea is that it's a quiet, reflective rooftop space. If someone, after their sightseeing, wants to come in the evening and have a glass of champagne and look at the World Trade Center or whatever they can see from there, to have a spa-like background music, we think would be a very nice amenity that we would like our guests to have. Again, this can't turn into a club. It can't turn into a bar. If you look at the other rooftops in the area, there are places that have capacities for 100 or more people. They have stand-up bars on their rooftop. Gansevoort Hotel has a 2 a.m. rooftop, Standard at 2 a.m., STK midnight.
Standard hotel rooftop?
Yeah, they have outdoor.
I get that, but isn't it 30 floors?
Yeah.
You're comparing a 5-floor building to a 30-floor building?
STK is not that high. Catch is not that high. Soho House is only on the 6th floor. This is not.
But those are all problems that they have in the community. I don't think.
And we're nothing like that, and we understand that. So
see,
we're
but here's
nothing
it
like
goes
that.
right back to what I said the last time you were in here with your last Restoration Hardware. The people have been lining up to get rooftop bars in the meatpacking district for the last 10 years. At some point, there's enough, and I don't see how adding a rooftop bar here, even for hotel guests, adds to any public interest whatsoever.
So first of all,
because there are plenty of public outlets for them to go to from their hotel room if they want to go and look at the stars.
So the community board did not object to us using the rooftop.
And I'm not saying I am.
The residents did not object. In fact, what Mr. Booth said was incorrect. He said the residents were all against it. Before we went to the community board, I met and spoke with Donna and Zach, and we talked about the rooftop.
Listen, we're not going to get these conversations. The bottom line is they don't want music. It's very clear, and they don't want it past 9. And I'm not hearing really an argument about why it should be allowed.
The key for us is it's the main guest amenity for the entire hotel. We've got 10 rooms and a residence, and the idea is they have this rooftop that's perfect. It's entirely theirs that looks down on the.
If it's the main amenity for the hotel, what do you do about the 8 months a year when you can't go swimming?
We've got these small enclaves up there where people can dine, and we'll find ways to have heating scenarios where it's still approachable. There's a small spot area, and we still envision people going up to be inspired by the New York City skyline. But we also understand the importance of those moments where it is in use.
Would you be interested in hearing from our acoustic engineer about the
I'll also highlight it. At all of our locations around the country, we have the ability to create these really pictures.
This isn't about you creating something or about it's going to be a nice hotel. It's about the fact that you're in an area that is absolutely, at this point, it's saturated with pools.
Yep.
Compared to the other areas of Manhattan. And it's just what I said, and I think you were here the last time when the other place opened. No one asked you to put this here. And I get why you want to. But as a result of that, you're going into an area that we receive significant complaints about. Not because they're misbehaving, not because the people are having absolute full-blown nightclub parties, because the outside ambient noise is so loud. The traffic increase because of the events and the establishments in this area is such a nuisance to the people that live there that we hear about it on a daily basis. You are only going to contribute to that. I don't care what you say. People are coming to your hotel and to your restaurant in black cars. The biggest issue that they deal with in the meatpacking district, from my own observation, are black cars. Dropping people off, sitting out front waiting for people. And it's at some point, it's got to be enough. Now, they're being very cooperative with you as far as I'm concerned, because knowing Mr. Booth and how strongly the people there object to these things at this point, the fact that they even came up with stipulations to me is shocking.
And I agree that the conversation to get to where we are is productive. The number of times we envision people out there until midnight is very few. We would hope, when, like Don said, if somebody wants to have a champagne at 11 o'clock after a dinner reservation, that we could accommodate that. And in terms of music, our belief is that if we stick within what our sound engineer is presenting on the ambient background side, that it's inaudible from to the residents, but we really think it impacts the room rate that we've got for the room.
Can I just respond to the point on the hours on the rooftop for a moment? Because you've got to keep in mind we're talking about a very limited number of people, even though we agreed that there would never be more than 56. The fact is, since it's limited to hotel guests, you could have only 5, 6 to 10 people there, if that many.
Yeah, but see, the other aspect is that keeps creeping in the back of my mind is I got photographs of what's happening at the other place, which is clearly not what we envisioned. You have waiters serving wine, which you indicated to me they're going to serve in instances where customers were looking at books, looking at furniture. Well, there are full-blown cocktail hours going on out there, based on the pictures that I see. Now, whether that's happening, well, no, the restaurant inside was allowed. But the stuff that's going on outside, we specifically said the service would be limited to when they have a representative from Restoration Hardware showing them product. Well, that's not happening.
I don't want to get too far on that.
He quoted me.
That's what I said was, because when you had asked if people were going to be serving inside other floors of the gallery, the first floor, the second floor, where the grab and go is not located. Yes, I did. This was the original application.
And then Levy came in.
Well, but on the initial application, I said that we have the restaurant on the top floor, the grab and go on the third or fourth, I forgot which. I said, but we want to license the whole building, so if someone's sitting on the second floor and looking through the books, that they could be brought a glass of wine. I didn't make that statement with respect to the roof. With respect to the roof,
He's quoted you. It says, let me be clear about service outdoors. This is a quote from you. Now, I didn't check it, but I'm assuming he did. We made very clear to the community board from day one that as a matter of course, from day to day, we are not having wait staff serve in the outdoor portion of the fifth floor. That's what you said to me.
That's correct. That's different than saying about the books, but that's correct.
Well, that's happening.
So you did license the outdoor space.
I get
you said
that.
No food, which we don't have food.
That's a waiter serving a bottle of wine.
We said that if there are people sitting out there that from time to time, if they ask for a drink, that they would be served from someone that's working.
And you're trying to tell me it's happening from time to time. I got a picture here with 3 waiters in it.
And in this scenario, all of those waiters who are outside also have indoor responsibility.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I've already instructed my director of enforcement to go there, and if he finds this, you're losing your license. That is not what we were told. That is not what was even implied. And I was clear, I think crystal clear about what was expected, and that's not happening. So when you sit there and tell me that in this hotel this is what's going to happen, I'm with them. Why would I believe you? Because you're the same guy.
Yeah, and I can tell you that on the day we had the hearing where you said we haven't started service and the community saying no, they're serving, I went down there. I saw you there on September 18th, and they were serving. And so, you know, I'm with the chairman. There is no trust here because you, as the corporate representative, is basically just saying whatever you need to get the license, and then you're going to do whatever you want based on what corporate.
And this is appalling. It's appalling because of the size of your company.
And I apologize. I adamantly believe there was a real misunderstanding.
Well, then who do you call? Call him and check. Because this is all he does. He knows what he's talking about. So he would tell you no.
The big product, and I know we talked about on that roof, was control. And what was very clear is that people can move with alcohol from our third floor pantry throughout the building. We were having scenarios where people moving onto the roof.
They were allowed to do that.
And it was turning into a more chaotic scenario than what was happening. So the same way on the third floor, which gets really busy on rainy days on a Saturday, we have been overwhelmed by the number of people who were moving into that space. And at every step of the way, our decision making has been in regards to safety and control. We found that the individual moving with a glass of wine to get downstairs, if we have a server who is moving between both, who can adequately grab, assist, be hospitable, it controls the environment. And I fully acknowledge that there are times that are on rare occasion where we didn't anticipate the number of people that come up there. But there are also times where there are almost nobody up there. And hearing, obviously, we were here for the...
And listen, I'm not even saying that you're sitting there and as a result of that, it's a negative effect on the neighborhood. But what these people deal with every day and what I deal with every day is trying to work out something so everybody can coexist. And when somebody comes in here and sets up a parameter of what they're going to do and agrees with what we rule on, and then the community board walks out and they're not calling me the next day screaming at me for what we did, then it seems like everybody walked away happy. But then 3 months later, I'm getting calls about what you're doing to the extent that she walks down there and finds out that exactly what you told us you weren't doing, you were doing.
And Chairman, I don't think I ever said that we weren't. In our first hearing, when the ruling was that service was permitted on that rooftop, regardless of what was said by our team, we left saying, "Oh wow, like this is a rooftop. It's open to the public." Service was acknowledged that it was allowed. In the next hearing, I think it got really cluttered when we came back to discuss incorporating food as a product of control. Then it was really indefinitely we said no food, no tables, but the service piece was a little bit left up in the air as a means to control. No, we don't. We served zero food outside. Never have we served a single bite of food on that rooftop.
I don't think the service was unclear at all. I remember we said no service, no alcohol.
No, and I'm not going to, and I don't want to litigate that now, but that does affect what I'm doing here.
And
I got to be honest with you.
I fully understand that, but what I can absolutely and clearly state is there has never been a single bite of food out on that rooftop, which is what we came back for the second time to seek approval for. And at that time, our understanding was that the scenario that we had in place was not allowed. What I'm hearing now is there is still massive confusion around that, and I will go to the highest end of our...
No, I don't think that the community is confused. I think the person who's confused is you, who's not living by what the stipulations were.
And I would invite any sort of group to, again, it is a means of control every inch of what is happening in that building. I'd also like to highlight that we have not had a single public 311 complaint about it. We close on time every single day.
No, and we're not getting complaints about the noise. We're not getting complaints about your operations. What we're getting complaints about is that you told them and us you were going to do one thing, and you're not doing it. And now you come back and you want us to believe you here. And that's what they live by. And nobody took an oath in here. So I can't indict anybody for lying to me. And as Mr. Bernstein will tell you, they regularly come in here and lie. And it's hard for us to gauge who's telling the truth and who isn't. We have to use what we have.
And Commissioner, Chairman, at the end of the last session we had with the community, I clearly stated at the end when it was brought back up with Carter that our understanding of the first hearing was different than his opinion from the first hearing. At that point, it said it was going to go back to a video conference to rule and get a final piece on that topic, and that is what I don't think we've ever received. And I apologize if there any of
No, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. It just is going to affect this. So, all right.
I guess the last thing I want to say is that when I had done outreach to the residents, specifically spoke to Zach and Donna, before we ever went to the community board, and we had agreed on many things that ended up in the stipulation, one of the things that we did agree upon was use of the roof, and they were okay with the midnight close at that point. When we got to the community board meeting,
no, excuse me, that is not correct.
Members,
Mr. Bernstein, Donna and I and the other community people were never supportive of alcohol use on that rooftop. We very reluctantly agreed to it in the interest of trying to make a deal.
But that's my point.
Yes, we did.
You may
reluctantly.
You may have been reluctant, but my point is that by the time we got to the meeting, as reluctant as you may have been, we had agreed that okay, we'll live with service and licensing the rooftop with the midnight close. You did object to music from the outset. I acknowledge that completely.
And we did not agree to the midnight close.
Well, I mean, we're arguing about, like, at the bottom line is we are where we are. I'm not, how we got there is...
No, but my point is that that's why we're asking for the midnight close on the rooftop that we had presented.
Well, do you have anything else? Because we'll just go through these, and you certainly can chime in when we do it. But.
like to acknowledge that the rooftop is only accessible via key card for guests who are in the hotel, and we don't all bills from that rooftop are going back to the room. So the idea is, like we said, it's more house than hotel. That it's yeah.
Do you have a lifeguard up there?
If it is approved,
No,
I know
I
we will
don't.
have.
I'm just asking for my own personal. It has nothing to do with me.
We will follow New York City regulation in that regard. I'm not.
All right. Well, Carter, are you up there? I can't see my glasses.
Yes, I.
Well, no, I'm going to go through each one.
Yeah.
You can
So
tell
November-
us which one to add, not add. You, Mr. Bernstein, I have your red line copy here.
We've we heard this in November of 2017, in October, November of 2017, and since then, many, they've opened their other establishments. So we're relying, the recommendation of the board was to deny the application. But there are points for discussion, and so I just want to make that clear. And other things have occurred since then, and I'm not sure if the outcome of these recommendations would have been the same with the experiences that you guys have already heard about. So I just
understood.
want that out there.
You're not agreeing to anything. I get it.
Before you get into that, you say 10 hotel rooms now?
Yes.
So have you filed? Have you submitted amended diagrams and everything? Because everything the board has says 12.
Not yet, but I can amend the.
Yeah, we're in the final stages of the design process, and we were struggling with issues with enough space on the one side that's triangular, so it's decreased in numbers. So now there's 3 rooms, there's what we consider 3 standard rooms per floor, 1 suite per floor, and the residence on the rooftop for a total of 10 rooms.
So the residence on the rooftop is another suite, basically?
It's the entire floor, and what we say is it's sometimes available for booking. So it's essentially the CEO's residence that by invitation will offer. Yes, that was always.
So, okay. So number 1, I'm assuming, Carter, you don't have a problem with number 1?
Hold on, let me get it in front of me. Yeah.
Except now it's a 10-room hotel instead of 12.
Okay.
Number 2 is the hours of operation, basement and wine lounge, Carter, Sunday to Wednesday till 2 a.m., Thursday to Saturday till 4. Do you have an issue with that?
Well, like I said, I mean, this is what the board recommended to you. So.
Okay, all right. So no, I'm assuming the ground floor hours, 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., it's the same, nothing's changed there. Obviously, the rooftop hotel guest pool area, you want, Mr. Bernstein, Sunday to Thursday, 7 to 12 a.m., Friday to Saturday.
7 to 12, 7 days.
7 days. They want 9 to 9, and on Friday and Saturday, 9 to 12, 9 to 10, Carter, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You want to vote on that?
So I'm at 7 to 10.
On all days?
Yeah.
Commissioner Ford?
7 to 10 all days.
You saying
7 a.m. to 10 p.m. all
I
days.
can do 6 to 10. I mean, if you're talking about guests swimming, people get up early and go swimming.
I don't know that this pool's big enough for that, is it?
It's only 4 feet deep.
People, at that time, they could go back and forth, but the early breakfast scenario with a cup of coffee.
So 6 to 10, Commissioner Ford?
6 to 10 is fine.
6 to 10, okay, I'll take that.
Across the board.
Number 3, the basement wine lounge will have 9 tables and 36 seats and 1 stand-up bar with 6 bar seats for a total of 42 seats. Approximately, meaning that he may do 40, whatever.
Yeah.
So,
no significant change. There would be no significant change.
And the ground floor restaurant will have approximately 28 tables and 96 seats in the interior, 1 stand-up bar and 2 service bars. The rooftop hotel guest pool area will have approximately 6 tables, 44 seats. A full food menu will be available at all hours of operation in the ground floor, and to register hotel guests using the rooftop, a limited menu will be available in the basement wine lounge. Is everyone good with that?
I think I'm going to keep the all tables remain in fixed position at all times, just because that's usually how we operate. Like, you're not allowed to move the tables to clear a dance floor.
Okay.
That wasn't what was intended, by the way. It was if you have twos and you put
No, that's fine. I mean,
that was never
just
intended.
yeah, but not to clear.
So I think we're saying you can move it for that purpose, but you can't clear the floor.
Yeah, no problem.
No portion of the premise may operate as a bar, tavern, sports bar. Everyone's in agreement, that's fine. I'm going to go 4. Everyone agreed on that. 5, I think there's no problem with. 6, there will be no DJs or live music in the premises at any time except as noted below. I think everyone's fine with that. There will be no dancing in any portion of the premises at any time. Everyone's fine with that. No sidewalk cafe is included in this application at this time. 9.
Are you going to have a sidewalk cafe?
Yes, but we can come back because it won't be till next season.
9. The premise, you have to go to, and presumably you're going to the community board for that.
Yeah.
The premises will play ambient recorded background music only on roof, and in restaurant music will not be played at entertainment levels in those areas. All music levels and volumes will at all times comply with New York City rules and regulations. The community board obviously is against that, so we're going to vote.
No music on the roof, but okay in the restaurant and okay in the basement.
Ditto.
So no music on the roof. That eliminates number 10. Number 11, I don't think they need to do that. There will be a 42-inch glass or plexiglass wall installed on top of a 22-inch roof parapet that will surround the entire rooftop area.
I don't think we would need
Given
that.
the hours, do they need that plus no music?
I think if there's no music, we don't need that.
If there's no music, though,
Yes.
and you close every night at, what do we say,
9
9?
o'clock.
There's my understanding is there's a 22-inch roof parapet, and so the plexiglass is what creates was a clear barrier as opposed to putting up some sort of a railing. Because my understanding is that they do have to have something up there in order to create
For safety.
safety issues. And so we would prefer if that they are including something there that it be plexiglass that everybody can see through. And I also think that that's the norm now, that so people can see fully through any types of walls or anything.
I think the 22 inches code, the only reason why we had the 42 inches was because our sound engineer said it's part of the attenuation if we have music. So if there's no music.
The 22 inches, the existing parapet, I don't think that roofs have a 22-inch. That's less than 2 feet.
Well, I mean, at any rate, whatever it is, it has to be code.
Exactly.
The question is whether there has to be plexiglass to make it code, and I don't think that's the case. So I think it's up to us.
And just to be
I
clear,
would you even want to include it as a condition of the license.
I mean, who wants to swim in the box?
The additional parameters were in direct correlation with music for some portion of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, the 22 inches, if it's not legal, it's not legal. They're going to have to put something else up if it's not. That's not really, that goes without saying.
excuse me, just to be clear, the attenuation issues were not just music, but from the noise of having up to 56 people on that roof. And
yeah, but we limited the hours and we took the music away. So
understood.
Well, I got it. But we're going to vote on it. Go ahead.
So I'm going to remove that requirement.
I will too.
So that's it. It happens. So the requirement on 11 is it just whatever code is what it has to be. 12. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. It's unlimited. No unlimited drink specials or boozy brunches. 13, Carter, what he has eliminated on 13 is the first sentence, and then there will be no advertising or promotion of any type of boozy or tipsy brunch service. So why'd you remove that? It will be civilized and orderly.
In all these years, I've never seen a
kind of
say brunch will be civilized.
It's kind of vague.
We don't
even know what that means.
We don't know quite how to phrase that, but I think that it's fairly, you've seen the cases where brunch service becomes disorderly, and it's very hard to define that earlier in the day. And so we're open to whatever the language is, but the point here was to capture the description of the service, which is a normal brunch service. When you add tables and chairs into the front of the Sidewalk Cafe, have fully retractable doors in front of the place, suddenly dining service, and we just don't know what language to use in order.
Well, I don't know that there is any. When you say, I don't know that there is any that would not be considered vague. Correct, Mark? They say they're not going to have unlimited drink or unlimited food and drink specials, and will not have boozy brunches. So I think.
Okay,
well, I'll leave that to your discretion. So.
And what about no bottle service?
I think other than wine.
Yeah, and then no bottle service other than wine. We'll put that in there.
I think that's in there.
Put that in 12, Tom. And then 13, we'll just put that there'll be no advertising or promotion of any type of boozy or tipsy brunch service.
Oh, no bottle service, no.
Yeah, next one is no bottle.
Oh, you have no bottle service already. Okay, that's fine. 15, all doors, windows, and the ground floor will be closed no later than Sunday to Thursday at 10, Friday and Saturday at 11, and anytime there's music played on the interior that is audible from residential apartments.
We'll make sure none of the residents.
He took out the curb line immediately in front of the premises.
If you're walking right in front of the restaurant, you can't say you will never hear music, you'll never hear anything. I mean, this happens all over. But
Yeah, if they have the windows open and just quiet background music, you're going to hear it at the curb line.
I mean, I think the point is that we're trying to put in something that's anybody can say yes, it's above or below, and music shouldn't be audible outside a premises. That's what creates the problem.
Audible from residential apartments sufficient for you?
It's not, because the overall ambient noise in this particular area is really the issue, and when you put that in, that's so vague and unclear as far as audible from residential apartments. Well, this is sort of the point, and if you're in creating and setting a tone in the area. I mean, I don't want to bring up other establishments, but you've got some places that operate well within the description, and they're a huge issue. And I'm not necessarily comparing this operation to that, but the language is, again, we don't know what language to put in to include that. That, for example, if Detective Jackson from the 6th Precinct were to respond to a noise complaint here and have a discussion with the manager of this establishment with respect to noise, he wants to correct the situation. What's he going to do?
I know, but how do you correct the situation? How is he going to correct the situation when someone literally is standing 12 feet from an open window and hearing elevator music?
Well, typically what
I'm
we
not
request...
saying, but that's in your definition, or what you wrote here, or what the community board wrote here, that would be a violation.
So this was an accommodation. Typically what we ask is that when places have doors and windows that open, that they not play any music when the doors and windows are open. And this is an accommodation into this to allowing music inside, but you can't really hear it outside. What's the definition of background
Here's
music?
what I'm going to propose. It's a little bit unreasonable to expect them to close the windows and then stand outside and see if anything can be heard. I don't think that even makes business sense. So I'm just going to remove the part about what can be heard and just say that they have to close the windows and doors by 10 o'clock on Sunday to Thursday and 11 o'clock Friday to Saturday, and that would probably be sufficient. I imagine that they are putting in pretty substantial windows and doors that are actually going to block us out. They're not.
So just for clarification, what we would usually have, often that people agree to, is that it would be a period at the end of the sentence at any time there's music played on the interior, period. And then the rest of this is just non-existent. This was an accommodation here that they can play music on the inside with open doors and windows.
But they're only playing quiet background music in this restaurant, right? You didn't get live.
And we agreed if there's a private event and there's any live music, that we will close the doors. That's in there also.
We're in alignment with Carter and the community on this. We too don't want sound protruding way out into the curbside.
No, I mean, but once again, this goes to that they don't believe you. I mean, I know what you're saying, but they don't believe you.
Would a possible compromise to be proposed that music not be audible on the curb on the opposite side of the street? That's a little bit looser, but it still provides a very easy to check criteria.
It's very hard. I mean, people come in and out. I mean, the doors are closed, but if there's someone going in a wheelchair, it may take a whole minute, and you may hear the music from across the street. I just don't think that it's...
And it's not late, as you pointed out.
So Commissioner Fan, you just want to leave it at after it's Saturday 11 p.m.?
Yeah.
end of the sentence.
Yeah, that's my vote.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Yes.
I think
16, he crossed out 16 entirely, and I think there's a misunderstanding about what this means. So I don't think legally you can limit the hotel to 2 patrons a room.
Yeah, and then we have suites, so the plan is to probably have only 2, but I don't think we need to. I've never seen that in a hotel stipulation before.
No, it's ridiculous. Sal.
Well, this came from the applicant. I'm sorry.
No, I
So
know.
This did not generate from us, and the reason is, and I don't, reading all this material, the whole point of this is we said, well, how are you going to limit the number of people on the roof? And they said, look, here are the calculations. We're only going to have 2 guests per room. They're going to be allowed to have whatever the number of people is. That's how we arrived at that number.
Okay,
so
but
to
you-
put this
but-
on us that we've placed this restriction.
No one's
is
put it on you. I
incorrect.
said there's confusion.
Yeah.
I said there was confusion about where it came from. No one put it on you. But you have effectively limited the number of people on the roof to 56. So I don't think it's meaningful at this point. So take it out. The rooftop area and pool area have been limited to registered hotel patrons and their guests only and will never be open to the public or patrons of the basement, ground floor restaurants. At no time will there be more than 56 guests in the pool. So why'd you take out that next
Well,
sentence?
because we have a maximum of 56, so if the roof is quiet and there's nobody else there and someone wants to bring more than 3 guests, we don't have a problem with that. That's why. We've got a cap, and the cap of 56 actually came from this.
So what happened, just out of curiosity, if I'm the next hotel guest with my 3 guests?
The truth is, we don't anticipate on allowing guests. There had to be, we were in this discussion about putting a cap in some sort of framework, and we understand there is going to be the one-off request of a son who's finishing graduation and wants to join his parents when an extra chair is available. If there was ever a scenario where guests were outnumbering patrons of the hotel so they couldn't sit in one of the day beds, it wouldn't be allowed. So
then the only question I have to add to that, then there's not going to be catered events on the pool.
No.
Of 50 people.
And I think we agreed on a number of events, but we have 0
Right, so then
anticipation.
put no catered events on the pool. In 17.
And is that during?
Anytime.
Well, the private events mentioned that we could do it up there.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. So you are going
Oh, yeah. So if it's one of our 9 private events, we are going to do food service on the roof. So if a guest is sitting and wants to have a burger for lunch, we're going to bring that in the same way that we think about room service. But there's no kitchen up there. There's no
No, but we're talking about private events. So what type of private events do you have
There
on the
would
roof?
be past, and this is if somebody for a wedding, for instance, buys out the entire hotel and wants to do a champagne reception on the roof with past hors d'oeuvres and drinks, we would like to do
But the 56 people limit is still there.
If that, again, that came...
No, it is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, for the event, I think we agreed on 75 is appropriate.
On the roof? Where?
For the events.
Where?
We had discussed that with the community board, that there would be a maximum of 56, but if there was a private buyout of the whole hotel, we could have up to 75 on the roof.
And if I can...
That's the 9
Is that
times a year.
including staff?
Yes, because that's occupancy.
The more we parse these numbers, this is how we got into trouble with the last, all these exceptions. This is what happened at the gallery, and this is, generates.
I'm going to stick it to
So,
50. He's right. We can't enforce that. I'm going to leave it at 56 guests on the roof. Period.
And I'll also mention, that 56 number was in protection of flexibility. For us, hours of operation on the roof and music on the roof for our guests are more important than that total 56.
No, I get it, but 56,
So
56 guests on the roof and plot that, and any additional staff up to the legal limit, which I'm
I guess
assuming.
where I was getting
But the legal limit is 107 people, and that's in this.
Well, if he wants to have 50 staff up there, that's going to be an expensive party.
Where I was getting was if
They
more important.
settled on the...
Okay.
There will be 18. There will be no ropes, no security at the entrance, no lines. Everybody's in agreement with 18. 19. This is the private event. So 9 times per calendar year.
That's a total buyout of the entire hotel.
A private event constitutes a full buyout of the hotel in all areas of the hotel, including the basement, ground floor, roof, and all hotel rooms.
So the next sentence is actually okay, because it does say roof. But it would be 10 p.m., right? Not
Well, all events during any buyout on the roof will end at 10, yes. During full buyout private events, a DJ and amplified music may be used in the basement only. During private events, there may be acoustic live music on the ground floor. Amplification may be used for voice only. If there's a DJ or amplified live music in the basement, or live acoustic music on the ground floor. All doors and windows will remain closed. Yeah, I'm putting what you redlined back. So if there's a DJ or amplified live music in the basement, or live acoustic music on the ground floor, all doors and windows will remain closed.
And
So
just to be
everything is-
clear, so one of the things, just to be clear on, is for private events.
They would be in the evening anyway.
Go ahead.
The private events, the only private events are full buyouts of the entire premises. So, for example, you can't have a private event in buying out just the
That's
restaurant.
my understanding.
So, just to be clear about that.
That's their understanding, and it's mine as well.
Right.
Outside promoters, no. All permits will be kept current. Contact information for manager. I feel like I know him at this point. Applicant will not apply for any alteration without going to the CB, and the stipulations will be kept in proximity of the license on the premise in a fashion as to be available for yeah, you don't need to hang. They don't need to hang these up.
Well, it just has to be available. So,
Yes.
And it should
So
be.
I'm taking out that last clause in such a fashion as to be available for review.
But
They
doesn't
have,
that
to be, they have to be kept near the license. That goes without saying.
That's our understanding of what that says.
All right. Anything else?
I think that there's some comments that people here would like to make.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me, Chair Bradley, just wanted to make sure there's no ambiguity on this question, because ambiguity has been an issue with the other restoration hardware license. We are categorically saying there will be no more than 56 guests on the rooftop at any time, including private events.
Correct.
Thank you.
I mean, guests.
I'm sorry?
Guests. That's
56
gonna be
guests.
So you may be in your window counting 75. That means that the rest of them may be staff.
Understood.
Okay.
Do you want me to prepare a clean copy of
No,
these?
Tom.
So you'll get.
Wait, let them talk. They're still talking. Go ahead.
To the point of 56 guests on the roof, our windows are good, but not good enough. How is this going to be controlled? The only way we found out that the gallery is not sticking to the stipulations is by going up there. So how can we ever verify this is really happening?
Well, Commissioner Fan just indicated she went up to the gallery herself. So
Well, what
I'm
do you
going to
call
send
it?
her.
It's hotel guests only.
I mean, we will check.
It's hotel guests only.
The restaurant's not hotel guests. Oh, on the roof? Yeah, but we can go check anytime ma'am, we can check anytime we want.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so I think with those stipulations, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Fan? I vote to approve. Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve with those stipulations.
And Mr. Booth and Mr. Bernstein will get a copy of those. If there is if it's not clear or there's a disagreement on what was voted on here, then come back and we'll pull the videotape up, like Warner Wolf.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Are you?
A couple minutes.
Yeah.
I'm here for Westchester.
Morning. Okay.
Can we get this? Well, who's here?
We have one more item signed in. I think it's with Albany and New York.
All right, let's do that.
Next item, 961, Westchester Wine Company, Inc.
Good afternoon, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for the license for the applicant, with my client, Stephen Porcello.
And sir, you are?
I'm Murray Kaplan, Your Honor.
I'm not, Your Honor.
It's not your honor.
Well,
that was my
chairman
fault.
of the board.
What? Who do you represent?
I represent opposition, Angie's Wine and Spirits. I was here for
Yes.
the original
Yep.
hearing.
Okay. Mr. Buscemi, are you also in opposition?
No, he's with the applicant.
No, Fogelman is the applicant,
All right.
Buscemi is the opposition representing Station Liquors, as I did in the first hearing.
Okay, so this is a recon, so Mr. Fogelman, go ahead.
Thank you. As specified in my April 5th request for reconsideration, there was significant misinformation that led to confusion concerning the distances of the other stores.
So before you even go any further, you're aware that our staff gives us the distances regardless of what Mr. Buscemi presents to us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And you're trying to say that our distances were incorrect? Because I don't know how you would know what they were since they're on our papers.
No, I was, when I said that, I was referring to what Mr. Buscemi had said in his opposition.
Okay.
To the best of our knowledge, and hopefully it conforms to what you have measured, there are 4 stores within 1.4 miles, and not, which was represented earlier, that there were 5 stores within a half a mile.
That's what we have. We have 4 stores in 1.4 miles.
Excellent. The request for reconsideration. Okay. The proposed store would serve the public convenience in Mamaroneck. The location of the store is in a shopping center.
Mr. Fogelman, we're not Mr. Fogelman. We're not going to rehash this whole thing. Is there any other new information? Because that was not new. We had the right distances.
Okay.
I have no information.
Well, my client will present something to you. We have submitted a petition with 121 signatures.
We got that.
Okay, we have submitted photographs of new residential construction near the store, which shows 700 new residential units. So that is new information. And now my client would like to say a few words.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Steve Forcello, applicant for Westchester Wine. I understand that you guys do your own measurements, but when you go back and watch the initial hearing, there was all this confusion created by the map submitted by Mr. Buscemi. It really created a negative bias against my application. It made the current market seem oversaturated when in fact it wasn't. And it was very hard for anything that I said to ring true with that information. At one point, the chairman conceded to the misinformation, saying even if we back it up to 1.2 miles, when in fact, to be accurate, you have to back it up to 2.4 miles. And to be clear, Mr. Buscemi took 3 stores from a surrounding town that are 2+ miles away and placed them 0.4 miles away from my application. And like I said, I don't know if it was done intentionally or not. It created all this confusion and then created a negative bias against my application. So what I'm looking for is just a few minutes of your time to speak where maybe that cloud is lifted. Maybe some of the things I say now have an opportunity to ring true. If you were under the belief that there were 5 stores within a half a mile, I don't even know how you could have taken my application seriously. And,
we were never under that belief. Our records do not indicate anything like that.
Okay, well, there was certainly a bias about it, and
No, the bias you're referring to, you believe that we believe everything that we hear in opposition. And that's
Okay.
not the case.
Understood. It was unclear, however, during the initial hearing. We never clarified. Now we have. So let's move on from there. Like everyone knows now, we see 4 stores within 1.5 miles, which is very average for a lower Westchester market. Okay, I'm presenting you with a sustainable business that's ready to serve the community for decades. The location provides clear, unique convenience. I got those signatures on the petition by standing in the shopping center. There's currently a CVS open right now, and I was catching customers coming in and out of the CVS saying, would you appreciate a wine and spirit store here? And everyone was elated about it. I mean, I did 120 plus signatures in 2 days. Imagine if the grocery store was open, I could have got thousands of signatures. Okay, so the town wants it. I understand there's a lot of black and white in these cases. It's my job to present you with the gray area. Okay, commerce is leaving Mamaroneck and going to surrounding towns because of a void in grocer-anchored, one-stop shopping convenience. Brixmor is finally bringing it back, a full-service shopping center. To deny this license will leave it all incomplete. There are several new developments centered around the train and the new shopping center. We're witnessing economic growth in a part of town that needed it. Please don't leave it incomplete. The people want it. I have here, I don't know, can you guys see this?
I see a map.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, look at if you can see if you can just see the colors. The
If you
applicant
can
is
come closer, we can see it.
okay. The applicant is the blue dot on top, and
Some of these are renovated. This is an Avalon building that's recently renovated, although it's been there for about 10 years. This is a brand new building. This is a brand new building. Up here in Harrison, it is a couple miles away, but just was approved a $76 million Avalon renovation. Down here, this is a new building, the Mason. This is the train station right here. You see the little train icon. This is a new development. This is a new development. These are totaling in 700 plus new units. They're really trying to bring people into the area. They're trying to bring commerce back to Mamaroneck. Everyone's excited about Mamaroneck Center, which is the name of the shopping center. The grocer was really disappointed. It's called North Shore Farms. They were really disappointed when they found out about the denial of the license, as were the other business owners who were going into the shopping center, because everyone feels like a good wine and liquor store there really completes the new shopping center. It's a $7 million development to have a new shopping center there with a new grocer. And
we heard all of this. I can't. But this isn't to rehash everything again, because otherwise I got to listen to them after that. So we'll vote on whether we're going to hear it, and then if we vote to hear it, then we will hear from everybody.
Okay.
Unless you guys have questions. Question.
I'm going to vote to reconsider.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to deny to reconsider.
And I'm going to vote to deny to reconsider. I don't see anything here. It's nothing against you as an applicant. The population is decreasing. The sales of the closest stores are decreasing.
That's not true.
Hold on, sir. The members of
what? The sales, the population is at a minimum stagnant, and the sales of the closest stores have decreased.
Untrue. That's untrue.
Sir, my sales have
decreased. You're the only one.
We can agree to disagree.
What store has
members?
Sales.
Mr. Fogelman, talk to
Yes.
the client. The members have voted. All right, the next item, Captain, good to go. Next item is 1030B. Janio Reynoso.
I think Commissioner Ford wanted to take a break.
That's all right. Let's go.
All right, go ahead. Is there any opposition there?
No.
Can you just note your name for the record, please?
Afternoon, members of the board, chairman. My name is Anthony Dominguez, son of the applicant, as well as manager and representative of El Agave Restaurant Bar Lounge. To my right is the applicant, also my father, Janio Reynoso, owner of El Agave Bar Lounge.
What do you mean you're the representative? You work as a representative too?
Well, no, I'm representing. I'm going to translate for my father.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead.
You are going to be the general manager.
Yes.
Okay.
And you have no experience with liquor licenses?
Well, my personal experience, I've worked in many restaurants as a waiter, as a host.
When?
Almost my whole teenage to young adult life. That's all I've done. And as well as my father, he has almost 24 years in a very famous restaurant called Coffee Shop, which just recently closed down. He was the kitchen manager as well as the supervisor when the managers is not present, and also the sous chef.
So your father's now going to work there, and his application indicates he wasn't.
Say that again?
Is your father going to work at this place now? Because his application says he was going to continue his job.
Well, the place closed down after I filed the application. So for now, we're going to work with El Agave full time, and it's going to be a family-run business.
Why do you need promoters?
Well, currently there's it's used as a catering for birthdays and private events, and the person that gets people from the community to book the place, he's a promoter. So I was looking into keeping him employed, and I wanted to be as honest as possible in the application. So I didn't want to put no promoter, and then I have him there, and it won't be, it won't go with the application.
But you're not opening a catering hall, you're opening a bar.
A restaurant bar, yes.
So once again, why do you need a promoter?
Well, I'm looking into, he's going to actually help with keeping the clientele that the place had already established. So his title doesn't necessarily have to be called a promoter. I don't have to use promoters.
Well, are you going to pay him to bring people in? Is that what the deal is?
Well, that's not going to be his specific job. I'm looking into just keeping him so I can have relationship with the area. Still, keep it current.
That guy, that sounds like I don't know what he sounds like.
Is he a booking agent or a promoter?
No, he's just a person that's employed there. Before we became owners of the place, well, my father is the owner. He was there prior to us dealing with this license and changing it from a catering to a restaurant bar.
So I'm still not following what he's going to do.
No, he has 4 employees and 5 security guards.
Yeah, what are you going to... And the place holds 110 people, and you have 4 employees. One of which is your father. How does that work?
No, it's 4 excluding my father and his principals. So in total, it's 9.
Whoa. Who's your father's principals?
It's me and my sister and my mother.
So they're all going to work there too?
Yes.
And who else? Those are the 4 employees?
And for now, it's just the 4 employees that we're looking into hiring based on if we're approved.
So that's 8 people will be working there and then 5 security guards?
The security guards we're actually going to reduce. At the time when we wrote 5 securities, we were just basing it on the size of the place, but we're looking into just starting with 2 or 3, and as we need more employees and more, we'll hire more.
What are your hours?
Our hours of operation would be Monday to Thursday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m., and then Friday to Sunday, 12 p.m. to 2.
Is it going to be modeled after the coffee shop?
Say that again, I'm sorry?
Is it going to be modeled after the coffee shop? Because that's a pretty vibrant nightlife spot.
Yes, we're not looking into. We're not looking into modeling. We're not even dealing with anybody from coffee shop. That was just my father's previous experience.
That's a restaurant. Yeah. That place closed?
Yes, they just they closed about November, December.
That's been there a long time.
I know.
Yeah, on Union Square.
Yeah. They could go there like 20.
And just for the record, members of the board, if the promoter situation is, if there's a problem, we don't need no promoters. we're not looking into making it into that field. I just we put promoter because of that one person that we're gonna maintain in the place, and he was kind of like a promoter.
But so you guys live right next door?
No, but my father owns the house that is right next door.
And what's there? You have tenants there?
Yes.
It says it. It's in there. It's in the document.
But, see, you're proposing live music, DJ, dancing, guards, happy hours until 10 p.m. I mean, you're just going all out, and with no experience. That kind of concerns me.
I also I forgot to mention that I worked as well as there was a place called Agua Roja where I was actually the bar back and the security guard, depending on the days. So my experience with the bar as well has been there. My sister, she is a very experienced bartender. She's going to be the bar manager, and my father as well.
Okay, well, none of that is in here. It's not part of your application, so we have no, information to look up. If you had submitted a personal questionnaire for her, we would have looked into, what her record is with the authority.
I don't doubt you, but I do think you're kind of making this up as you go along.
So you do doubt.
Yeah, well, I don't mean to doubt his motives. I mean it like that. I don't mean his credibility. I just think that this is new to him. If I were to approve this, it would not be with live music or dancing or DJ. Nothing like that at all.
I have no problem adjusting to whatever can get it approved. We're looking into working in compliance with you guys, and with the members of the board, as well as good folks at City of Yonkers. Whatever we can work out.
Commissioner Ford, go for it.
Yeah, what were the hours that you proposed again? I'm sorry, I didn't write that down.
It's 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. I'll do 1 a.m. across the board.
1 a.m. across the board. Okay. I'll approve 1 a.m. across the board. No live music, no DJ, no dancing. I will allow you, one security guard for now. So you can have security if you want it. Happy hours until 10:30. I don't know about that. Let's go happy hours till 8.
Okay.
And
That's no problem.
Then after a year, you can come back and see how things are going. If you
And
want
no use of promoters. Now, doesn't mean you have to fire the guy. If you find another job for him, fine. But you understand what a promoter is?
Of course.
It's a guy that's a third party that you go out and hire who gets on Facebook and guarantees you 100 people, and you pay them per head. If you get caught doing that, which a lot of people in Yonkers and Westchester like to do, you're going to lose your bar.
That's no problem. I won't use promoters. I have a question over the music. So no live. What was that again? No live music. No DJ.
You can have recorded music. No
Recorded
DJ.
music.
No live.
So no DJs. You can have a computer that plays the music, but nobody coming in doing a performance or anything like that. No
Okay.
turntables either.
No problem.
And if you're going to have your sister, whoever else, get on the license, you need to amend things.
Yeah, if she's going to manage the place, she has to fill out a personal questionnaire.
Okay, I will have
Send that in.
Okay, no problem. I'll send it to the supplement email, or
You'll get an email that'll tell you all of this, and then will that have the manager personal questionnaire?
No, the licensing sends out the conditional approval letter. So if you want that on there.
Yes, put it on there. Yeah, so it'll be in the letter that she has to fill, that any manager has to fill out a personal questionnaire. We already have your father's and yours, but if she's going to manage the place, we need one from her too.
no problem.
And you'll get a letter in the mail.
No problem. You'll get an email.
Yes.
Commissioner.
Yes, I agree with
Chairman Brown?
Yes.
All set. Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't have two more matters left to sign in. Want to go through before taking a break? All right. Next on 944, Black Rose Hospitality Group, LLC.
No one there for 9:40?
Nope, I'm here. Terrence Flynn on behalf of Thomas McCallum. This is
Okay,
an
you're
offer.
Tom McCallum.
This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charge.
I'll accept.
9:44?
Yep.
Accept.
I'll accept.
967, Almonte Entertainment Corp.
9 what time?
967, Almonte Entertainment Corp.
Good afternoon, members of the authority, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan.
Aye.
Board.
967?
967.
There's a default. What's a default?
I'm here with Heidi Roque. I'm sorry, Heidi Roque. Almonte never got a notice of this. We're asking that this be sent back to counsel's office so that they can defend the charges. She didn't know. If I hadn't looked at the full board calendar and let her know on Monday, they would have had their license revoked.
I know. Well, this was, and I'm going to say this tentatively. This was, according to our records, this was delivered on February 7th, and that's actually according to the United States Postal Records, and left with an individual at the location.
I'm sorry, Chairman Bradley, I'm here with the owner. She has no knowledge of this. And
when does it become? When does that become her problem and stop becoming ours?
No, this is my first time with this.
She didn't even know we
situation.
had
Hold on
SLA.
one second. I didn't know the procedures of how it worked. I was under the assumption that once the criminal section dismissed it, that SLA would become notified, but not that I would expect like any further process for this once it was dismissed. So it was a misunderstanding on my behalf because it's my first offense. I've never had to respond to any other situation. So I wasn't expecting it. I don't know who would have signed it. I'm always there. I don't know who would have signed, the individual that would have signed it and not given it to me. But I was unaware. She happened to call me and tell me, "Do you know you're on the meeting?" And I was surprised.
And I would add that there's no adverse history at this location, so she would not even have known how to deal with this otherwise.
No, I wasn't aware of the procedures. I wasn't aware.
That is something as a business owner you're kind of required to be aware of. So especially as a licensee. So I mean, I'm not going to send this back to counsel's office. We'll deal with it now.
Okay.
I'm at 5,000.
What's that?
Okay.
I know them. I know
I
the
would
memo
add.
says it was left with an individual, but in the file, scanned into the file, is an envelope, which is the letter the pleading was sent out and returned to us. It said return to sender, attempted not know.
Okay. Send back to counsel's office.
And I'm, just for the record,
I don't know. The problem is I don't know if you're right or wrong, and that's the problem. Because there shouldn't be anything indicating you're contradictory. Send it back to counsel's office. Thank you. Thank you. So you'll get a letter. It's going back to counsel's.
Thank you.
Next item is 943, VS Atlantic Industries, LLC.
Did they leave, Sasha? They left? The two ladies?
943. The Atlantic Boat Club.
Yeah, we're going to check the ladies' room right now.
Well, can we make sure it's a lady that we're just checking the ladies?
Yeah, Natasha's going in there right now.
The licensee is a woman. The attorney was a male. Okay, next one. We'll hold that for a second. 945. Bottle Caps Beverage Center, Inc. I may have taken. You know something? I pulled that by mistake. I apologize. You want me to vote on it anyway?
Yeah, vote on it. We're pulling it, vote on it.
Yeah, 9:45, it's a CNC.
6,007.
All right. Now we're back on track now. 9:18, Ruby 1909 Corp.
1,507.
So there's a lawyer.
Good afternoon again, members of the authority. I'm here with Elvis Silverio, the owner of Ruby Rosa.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
So, are you still using managers?
No, I'm taking care of the location myself.
Well, if you hire a manager, you got to let us know and file a personal questionnaire for the manager. You got that?
Yes.
All right, I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you, members.
All right. 1026 Atlantic East Group, Inc.
Good afternoon. I'm here on Atlantic East Group, Inc. with the owner, Sebastian Rosario.
So 6 charges, withdraw charge 4, so now 5 charges at the request of counsel. Sustain
Withdraw
1.
charge 5.
With the counsel's office requested we withdraw charge 4, so that's what I'm doing. Sustain 1, 2, 3, dismiss 5, sustain 6. Go ahead.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm at 8,000.
Chairman, before the members, the owner would like to say a few words because this is, by far, last year, this is a place of really no incidents or consequence. He wanted to say a few words regarding these charges.
Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Sebastian Rosario. I just wanted to say a few things. I run the place myself, and I try to do the best as I can to make sure that that everything gets done correctly. The books and records not being on file on premises. The books and records, at the meeting we came in, I brought in the records. I wasn't there because I left. It was a Friday night. I left around 10 o'clock, and the books and records are in a locked drawer that only I have the keys for. So that's why they were not able to see it. But I did bring the records, and at the last meeting, failed to confirm the application.
Charge 6.
Charge 6. I don't remember what this was for.
The manager. So
Oh,
they said that you had a manager.
Tony Lawrence is the supervisor who was in charge, and I brought his W-2s and make sure that everything was as an employee. He was looking after the store when I wasn't there.
And I would add that he genuinely testified at the hearing that he had left at about 10:15 that night. A march operation came thereafter, and he's like, and I asked him, well, how did this happen? He says, Aurelia, that's my brother-in-law. I'm 53 years old. I wasn't feeling well that night. I went home, and the march operation came. When they asked for the records, if he had been a manager, he would have had a key to that office to be able to.
Yeah, but I get all that, but he wasn't, and he left somebody there in charge as a supervisor. When he indicated to us there wouldn't be another supervisor except him. I mean, we don't write the laws here.
No, we're not. I totally agree, Chairman Bradley. We would offer a fine of $3,500.
You don't get to offer anything. He went to hearing and lost already. The offers happened before hearing. So we heard from him. Commissioner Fan already voted. Commissioner Ford.
I was at 5,000.
I'll do 5.
You want to jump on board with that, Commissioner Fan?
Sure. 5,000.
Thank you.
Members.
All right, let's go with 914, NP Draw LLC.
Good afternoon.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. This is an offer of compromise before you to resolve the charges.
All this stuff fixed, Mr. Flynn?
Yes, my understanding is it's been fixed. The client told me it had all been done, but I have not been to the premise to verify it myself, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, a lot of this stuff is just disgusting.
Don't need here. Do they have a certificate from Department of Health, all clean bill of health from DOH or what?
Yes.
All right. I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I'll accept.
Next item is 928.
She was ahead of us.
I missed that, I apologize. Waterside Grill LI Inc.
Oh, you do? What time? No. What time is it?
This is a offer.
The train was at 2?
No. Train is 3:45.
So this is actually two different sales on the same day?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so I'll actually, I dropped this to 3 because it is 2 sales on the same day, and they weren't. I treat it as one.
3,000 cents.
Commissioner Ford? I guess you're getting a sale today, 3,000.
Thank you very much.
Next item, items 946, 947. Sino US Entertainment Inc.
You're on the car, right?
There is an amended offer in this case.
Yes, amended offer of cancellation of the license.
This is 946, 947. Mr. Flynn sent in a new CNC to cancel a bylaw. You all good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're not out of here by 3 August.
Next item is 981. NYC Event Space LLC.
I checked this matter while I was looking at the other matters I had on. It appears that this was a default. This is a client I've represented since they've been in inception, and they are currently charges pending that I am representing them on before the authority. I would ask that this please be reopened and sent where I could deal with these charges and the other charges that are currently pending.
And I'm not trusting what they write anymore, so I'm sending it back.
Counsel.
Next item.
And for your information, it did indicate it was delivered, but I don't know what to rely on, so I'm not going to.
Next item.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
936. La Cucina Restaurant Inc.
936?
Yeah, is Ms. Tavares there?
Yeah, Amelia left.
Yeah, she just left.
Well, she forgot this one.
But we will cancel for the record. That's why.
936?
Yeah.
960. Omar Caribbean Hall Inc. Ladies and gentlemen, Frank Malou.
He signed that up?
There, see? Frank Malou.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo. Can I just start by saying we've had disagreements in the past, but can you guys come back? We're sorry. Could you come back down to New York?
Yeah, no, believe me, there's part of me wishing I was there.
If you promise to start coming up here, we'll go down there.
And I can't even give you a tentative date of when that will be, by the way. I'll accept.
Not good news. Thank you.
Next item, 1,000. Mangiami Inc. Was able to close with that?
Why don't you just brutalize the Italian language?
If it was Gaelic, I would get it right.
Not only that, he gets kudos from me for that. How do you say that?
Mangiami.
Comes close.
No, you
I would dismiss charge number 7 because public urination is really not an illegal activity and it seems to be duplicative of charge number 1. So I would.
It's not an illegal activity?
No. I would accept 3,500.
It might be a nuisance, but.
And you'll accept it?
Yeah.
Accept. I'll accept. She dismissed charge 7, Frank. And I agree.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good 2 weeks.
Next item, 1020. Lucy Run Court.
Need to call you out.
Oh,
Say that number again, Tom.
1020. Lucy Run Court.
I got it. Thanks.
Timothy Allen for the licensee. Good afternoon. I'd just like to point out one or two things. I think that the first charge is not sustained, and then the second charge is sustained, which I think is somewhat inconsistent. The officer said he spoke with a patron who said he was drinking an alcoholic beverage. It was 2:30, and the stipulation was till 2 o'clock. But the testimony from the licensee that the only people inside the bar at that point were employees. Like I said,
that's the licensee. The cop said that he saw he believed two of the people were patrons, and she did not believe the licensee. And I'm not in a position to tell her she was wrong.
I understand that.
So I'll dismiss one, and it's not a her, it's a he, I'm sorry. Dismiss one, sustain 2, and sustain 3.
Commissioner Fan?
And by the way, I agree. Number 1 should have been sustained had we charged the right charge. So the facts, but I'm not going to, we obviously charged the wrong charge. It should have been prohibited hours of consumption, which they've already been convicted of once.
I'm at 5,000.
5,000. 5,000.
Thank you.
Next item, 1010, Sunset Entertainment Corp.
I believe some of these charges have been withdrawn.
This is the one you said that may have been duplicative of something else, right?
Right. There's a pending case where I just received a decision, and so the only thing to me that wasn't charged is 1, 2, and 3.
Did anyone? Hold on a second. Nobody cleared this up first, though.
Well, does council have anything?
Yeah, charges 2, 3, and 4 should be withdrawn.
Okay.
And then what do you want to do with the other ones?
Yeah, so, I don't have the information on the whether it was delivered, because they didn't have any the answer the other pleadings. So they're using, I think they had a sign for Sunset Beer and Wine instead of Sunset.
This came back, so I'll send this back to licensing.
All right, thank you. And I'll resolve it.
I'm not licensing, council's licensing.
Okay.
So withdraw those charges and send it back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next item, 925, Gateway Beer Garden League.
This is another default, and I'd ask to put it over because I just saw it when reviewing the calendar this morning when I was coming up on the other cases, and there's an extensive history here.
I know, and this one was, I'm going to ask you to look at this, Tom, and see if this is accurate. Because if we do get conflicting, we're going to send it back. But they're saying it was delivered on February 21st, 5:52 p.m. But I'm double checking.
Okay.
I mean, he's got a significant history.
Yeah, I'd like him to come up if we could just put it over. If it was delivered, if you won't send it back.
It would appear that this one, this was delivered to somebody at the address, according to the post office. Nothing came back to us.
On what date did it tell you or not?
The date that is on the memo, February 21st.
No, I got the date on the memo. What do you got in the computer?
What the prosecutor has matches up with.
Okay. All right. So you want to put it over 529 for licensing because he's looking at a significant something.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Put it over.
Thank you.
I have nothing else signed in.
Eric Tavares, going back.
Too late.
Yes?
They called me and I was in the bathroom on La Cocina.
We called the matter, and
We already did. It was canceled for the record anyway. It was a CNC, so there was nothing for you to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go. She's got to get her turn.
okay, 9:13.
I have no warnings, okay with me. Since 2009.
Well, they've got two.
They got two cases. One is letter of warning and one is $1,000.
I take it back. It's not. It's two connected licensees.
So what are we doing? 913 is it?
913 is $1,000.
All right, I'll accept that.
913 is at 1,000.
This is domestic violence or whatever.
In 915, the attorney sent me a letter saying that they wanted to withdraw the application. You already disapproved it.
Right.
But they also want to withdraw the request for the.
Right.
So you're just gonna.
So treat it like a disapproval of the.
And you're upholding disapproval.
Yes.
Yep, number 915?
Yes.
Okay.
916.
Accept.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
917, which was the companion to the.
So just wait back. 916, Adam.
Yeah,
I can.
so we're accepting all of it? Or the penalty, $8,000 penalty?
Yes, but you can. That means right now their renewal's being held up under SAP.
Yeah, so we can process the
Yes.
renewal.
Yep.
Except they also owe us $10,000.
Well, that's a different.
That doesn't impact us, right?
No.
Okay.
That impacts Tom.
917.
Just cancel for the record, right? Because it's
No,
surrendered.
letter of warning. This is related to 913.
But she already surrendered it.
Right, but they're not offering cancellation. They're only offering a letter of warning.
But she said in the other letter that she's closed the establishment already.
Right, but otherwise you
She
just
should
do
wait for the
counter
record.
offer.
Yeah, she doesn't want the cancellation on the record.
Oh, okay.
919.
I'm sorry, what were we 917?
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
919.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Accept.
920.
I have a letter of warning. Not a lot of warning.
You good with that?
Yeah, this is something that if we're not going to find kind of disorderly, we should just dismiss it.
Yep. 921.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Yep.
922.
This goes with
And the next one.
923. Together, $10,000.
I'll accept. 5 on each.
5 for each.
924.
Accept.
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 926.
Accept.
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 929.
Cancel bond.
Cancel for the record. Or?
We just can't.
We have a bond, don't we?
Not for this one. No.
All
So
right, cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
you want to do 980 while we're here?
Sure.
It's the same licensee.
Yeah,
Cancel for the record.
One second.
No. We don't bond out either. Okay. Cancel it. All right then. 930.
Sustain 1 through 17, dismiss 18, sustain 19, 20, 21, 22. This was excellent by Marguerite. And the judge, by the way. Both ways. Very good. And revoke and bond.
Revoke and bond.
With that, Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
931.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
I accept.
932.
Accept.
Accept.
All right. 935. It's being held over to 529. 937.
Accept.
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 938.
Accept.
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 939.
Sustain 1. And there's also an unauthorized trade name here. We didn't charge with it.
Someone withdrew 1 and 2, but I don't know what those are.
Well, actually, the violation is the trade name. He charged failure to conform to the application instead of the trade name charge. This shouldn't charge as a trade name violation.
All right. Sustain one, 1,500.
1,500.
940.
Accept.
Accept.
941.
Accept.
2,000, accept.
942.
Accept.
2,000, accept.
And 943, you pulled it out a little while ago. VS Atlantic Industries.
Yep.
Somebody signed in for it, but they weren't there.
Yep, right.
So we didn't act on it yet.
They actually signed in for it?
Someone signed in for it, and I'd have to check who, but somebody did sign in for it, but it left.
Now, I remember this. And this woman came in and told us she was going to run this place differently than the other guy. And she did. So sustain one. Dismiss two, but there was evidence of DJ dancing, extra bars, capacity at clothing hours. But, all right. Dismiss 3, sustain 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. She's literally been open less than a year when all this went on.
Yeah.
And a guy got killed, so.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
948.
Another good job by Mr. Kieran. Sustain 1,000.
1,000.
949.
Now,
No, I'm at cancel.
Baseball bat.
I was too, but do we have? Is that charge appropriate for off premise? Can you do it disorderly and off premise?
No, not under 106.
I didn't think you could either. I mean, the other one sticks, so it's still. I still think it's cancel and bond because they literally beat the bejesus out of their customer or potential customers. So I'm at cancel and bond. I'll leave it for now. Cancel and bond.
Dismiss one and cancel and bond?
No, leave them both there.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
950.
This is refuse to give excursion to the NYPD.
Is this the one where you turn? No, this isn't the one where you turn around.
Similar.
Yeah, I'm gonna counter on that. Whatever you guys think.
That's 10,000.
10,000.
9 or 10?
Yes.
10.
951.
So we got a letter. Did you guys get the letter from the licensee?
Yes.
Asking us to mitigate these because he's corrected everything 2 years after we asked him to. So I'll let you guys decide this.
They already paid 20,000 and served their 30 days, so I'm at 5,000.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. 5,000.
All good with 5? He's pondering.
Yeah, let them do it. Yeah. Okay.
52, 952, 53, 54, 56, 57.
Cancel, but I'll accept.
Cancel and bond. See ya.
955 and 973.
Accept.
Accept.
958.
Accept.
959 has been held over to May 29th. So is 963. 965.
Withdraw 2 and 3 at council's request. Accept.
Accept.
2,000. Accept.
966.
Accept.
Accept.
968.
Sustain 1, 3,000.
3,000.
I had 2,500. So they've been open since 2004.
If they had submitted an offer, that's what it would have been.
You're right. 2,500.
2,500.
969.
Accept.
Accept.
970 and 971.
DJ, disorderly.
This is the third sale to minor, plus all these other charges. I'm at 20,000.
You were told to turn it down, turned it right back up.
20K.
972.
Got a lot of the straight no contest.
Something nice or something. I'm at 3,500.
3,500.
974.
Why is this from 2015?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. Mark, do you have any idea?
I would dismiss this one.
This is, it's typically the, when a hearing is scheduled and somebody says, you know, I can't make the hearing, or I'm getting a new attorney, or I fired my attorney.
For 4 years?
Kind of gets,
Yes, 3.5 years
Well,
ago.
We couldn't prove this right now if we wanted to.
There was a hearing scheduled in.
What are you at, dismiss?
Oh, this is the one.
I'm at dismiss, too.
This is the one. It's sat. There was a hearing scheduled in.
It was probably assigned to an attorney who left, and then, like Mark said, it got at the end of the pile. So dismiss.
This is
975.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
975. Cancellation and $5,000 penalty.
That's the on a wholesale license. That's the bond. But we're not taking the bond. We're taking the money.
All right.
Unless they don't pay the 5,000.
Got it.
976.
I have a letter of warning here, if he's really open.
Well, see, here's the problem I have. Is when we give out a liquor store license, aren't they supposed to be open more than once a week?
Well, if they're not, they should be telling you that, because that would be a factor in whether or not there's public convenience and advantage to issue a license.
So can you send them a letter, Adam, or have somebody? Because he's saying going forward he's going to be open once a week.
Or a letter operator.
We'll put another one in there if that's the case. But I'll accept.
You can add language in the penalty letter.
Oh, yeah, he'll do it, yeah.
That, they're expected to be open, on a regular basis.
So letter of warning and 10,000, 1,000, basically.
977.
Accept.
978.
Accept.
Accept.
979.
Accept.
Accept.
982.
Another straight.
I'm at 500.
Yes, 500.
983.
Wait, hang on a second. 500, but they license issue 2011, nothing at all. I just had a letter of warning.
That 500 would be
Delegation.
the regular penalty to be looking at.
Yeah, it's 500.
All right.
Just to be consistent, that's what everybody is.
Got it. Okay.
983.
2,000.
Are these people even allowed to have a DJ? Can
Yes.
someone look that? They are? They looked it up.
Yes.
Okay, 2,000. Adam looked it up. Yeah. 2,000.
984.
So,
Cancel. Accept.
I had name stop, location stop, license stop, the whole kit caboodle for this place.
all right, so name and location, stop, cancel, and bond.
985.
I'm at cancel.
That was two. Counter at cancel and bond.
985,
986.
Accept.
Accept.
accept,
987.
Accept.
accept,
988.
Accept.
accept,
989.
The recon is granted to collect the $500 only.
Sounds good.
Good with that?
Yes.
yes.
990.
This, I had a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Nobody's here, so I'm gonna. And the NYP, or the Spring Valley Police Department is actively against it. I'm going to vote to deny.
Oh, vote to deny.
You all good with that one?
Yep.
991.
Accept.
Accept.
992.
Dismiss. dismiss 1 and 2, sustain 3. You guys hit it.
5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
993.
Alex,
2,500.
Accept.
994.
Accept.
10,000. Accept.
995.
Accept.
Accept.
1250. Accept.
996.
Accept.
996. Accept.
Sorry. 1,000. Accept. Yep.
997 and 1030A.
I'm at counter at 8,000.
Counter 8.
Counter at 8.
Okay, 1001. Carter Booth sent me an email. Apparently, this was one, and this, Commissioner Fan, I think this is the one you mentioned. After the last board meeting, somebody from the community board sent me an email saying, asked to have a holdover to the 29th, but it was after the meeting. The licensee requested today. Apparently, though, the community board and the licensee agreed to hold it over to the 29th and didn't tell us. So,
But they met last night, didn't they, together?
I think only the committee, not the full board. So you want to hold it over?
Yes.
Yes.
A 1003.
What's up with these? This is how we did last time.
Yeah, I'm going to deny this time. He applied before with a guy who had a license canceled and we disapproved. Now he says the guy has no interest in the place, but does not explain how he got him out. I'm going to deny.
All right.
He was supposed to be
1005.
Accept.
Accept.
Accept. Yes.
1006.
This is a default. I'm at 5,000.
3?
License.
You're at,
You said at the 5 or 3, you said?
no, she said 5. I was wondering if she'll go to 3.
I'll go 3.
3.
1,006. 3.
Yeah.
Okay. 1008.
Changed my mind a few times on this one.
Where are you?
7,500.
Yeah, for no inspection stuff.
It's a default.
See, my problem is the refusal of entry
Yeah.
is a big deal.
We did
That's why it was
5,000.
originally a cancel.
So what we had, what did you just say? 75?
75.
7,500.
7,500.
1013.
The funeral crews.
Sustain 1. This was really bad, actually.
It really was. Yeah.
The people all ran and hid. Literally, the crew, the captain locked himself in the pilot house because he's required to by law. And then everybody else went down and secured the bottom of the ship and they let mayhem happen on the main floor.
Yeah.
So sustain 1. And we could have got him on failure to supervise. In fact, can I add failure to supervise on that?
You would have to send it back. Well, no, well, you could, based on the
Can I?
findings,
No.
based on the findings, you could
Well, there wasn't a
amend
charge.
the pleading before the determination.
No, I'm not going to do that.
If you want to impose a maximum penalty, you can.
It would be 10,000.
Yeah, I'll do 10.
10,000.
So if I want to add a charge to one of these things, I got to send it back.
Yeah.
No.
Well, we can clear that up later.
It's the due process.
1016.
So hold on, we're at 10K, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
1016.
6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
10,17. Available for a year.
1017.
Yeah, I'm not canceling one.
Cancel and come.
Yep.
Liquor
counter
stores.
offer
People
cancel.
line up to get liquor stores, and these people are availing.
1018.
Sustain 1. 10,000.
He was going to say second time. This is
This
history.
is third one. and then other stuff.
1019.
Accept.
1027.
Yeah, that's appropriate because they never got notice till the last sale. So it shouldn't be 3, but it should be
12.5 accept.
How much? You're going with 12.5, right?
Yes.
1028.
Because the realistic number would be 369 plus, or 36 would be 19 or 20,000.
Yeah.
1028, sustain 1, 500.
1029.
Accept.
1030.
Sustain 1, 1,500.
Wait, 10:30. It's been canceled though, so it's just canceled.
Oh, has it? Yep, cancel for the record.
All right, 1030C has been held over to the 29th. I don't have anything else on the calendar.
Did we do 777? Oh, that wasn't even on today.
No, 77 was a.
It must have been an over.
What's the name of it?
Jay Pavnapurcha to sail the mine, right? It was a CNC. It's no big deal.
777 would not have happened on this.
Right.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, wait,
hold on.
Yeah, anything else?
No, we're done.
All right, hold on. And we're adjourned.